PFL is back, and it's more than just a fight, it's a season.
The time is now.
The 404 better answer the phone, because the PFL is ringing. It's the featherweights and light heavyweights bringing the heat.
Oh, big shot.
Last season, he went from Manchester, England bad boy to PFL champion.
Big TKO.
Now Lochnane returns in the main event. Plus, can Movlid, Khaybulaev bring back the flying knee heard around the world? Damn, I heard that.
Unbelievable! Wow.
Look out, here comes the bad man, Bubba Jenkins.
More confident than ever, more focused than ever.
We ain't playing here.
Oh my goodness!
It's showtime or no time if they want to make the playoffs. The PFL starts right now.
Welcome, fight fans, to Professional Fighters League action in beautiful Atlanta, Georgia. Tonight and for the next 3 weeks, we are at the Overtime Elite Arena, a beautiful facility, a perfect building, dare I say, to host PFL regular season action. Tonight it's the featherweights and the light heavyweights, Loughnane, Movlid, Khaybulaev. Both of them have previously won featherweight championships. Tonight they take on Jesus Pinedo and Tyler Diamond in our main event and our co-main. But we start our night right here on ESPN Plus with these 7 fights. Some showcase bouts to begin the action. Peragande and Hakeem Bashir will be walking to a smart cage very shortly. After that, Abigail Montes and Brandy Hester. And then right to the regular season action at 205 and 145 as we take another look at the odds that are constantly moving. Andrew Sanchez now a -170 favorite in the group corner, and Gabriel Braga swinging to -225, the undefeated prospect out of Brazil. Our first fight of the night will take place in the featherweight division. Showcase bout at 145, brought to you by Locked In Hydrogen Water. Peragande and Hakeem Bashir.
Fighting out of the blue corner, Hakeem Bashir.
Hakeem the Dream trains right here at ATT Atlanta from College Park, Georgia, a suburb. He's 3-1 so far as a pro, a couple of finishes, making his PFL debut.
And in the red corner, Peragande.
Peragande won a contract for the PFL on our Challenger Series. He's from Nashville, Tennessee. He's still undefeated in his young mixed martial arts career. He has recently moved his camp from Nashville to Kill Cliff MMA to work with the stellar talent there. Kenny, give me your keys to victory.
All right, for Peragande, he said he's been really working on cleaning up his striking. He said he's going to put on a striking display. Watch out for those long-range weapons. Also, if he does get in trouble, watch for his takedowns in that one as well. And for Bashir, he needs to get on the inside against a taller fighter and needs to win the clinch and takedown battle.
Here's our tail of the tape, brought to you by Locked In Hydrogen Water. Peragande is 22 years of age. He is 13 years younger than his opponent, Hakeem Bashir. Peragande also 3 inches taller, has a 2-inch reach advantage on the arms, but both men with a 41-inch reach on the legs. Inside of our smart cage, Andy Shep.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the OTE Arena here in Atlanta, Georgia, and welcome to all of our viewers watching on ESPN Plus and around the world. And tonight is more than a fight. It's the start of the second half of the PFL regular season. And for these athletes, their final opportunity to book themselves a place in the all-important playoffs. But we begin tonight with action in a showcase bout in the featherweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. He is a striking specialist and stands 5 feet 9 inches tall. He weighed in officially at 146 pounds and holds a professional record of 3 wins and 1 loss. Fighting out of College Park, Georgia, Akeem the Dream Bashir! And his opponent, fighting out of the red corner. He is a striking specialist and stands 5 feet 9 inches tall. He weighed in officially at 145 3/4 pounds and holds a perfect professional record of 2 victories and no defeats. Fighting out of Nashville, Tennessee, Alexei Peragande. Your referee in charge, Blake Grice.
Blake Grice is equipped with our ref cam. He can take us up close and personal inside the action in the smart cage. There's Akeem Bashir. Alexei Peragande in the green trunks.
All right, we go. You ready? Ready? Fight!
Big leg kick from Bashir and a 1-2 from Peragande. Right to the action.
Peragande really landing some nice 1-2s so far, countering those leg kicks of Bashir.
Bashir switched stances briefly there to that southpaw. He'll stay there. Oh, nasty right hand again from Peragande.
Yeah, big speed advantage for Peragande, Sean.
Ton of ill intent on every one of those.
Oh, flying knee. And Peragande swinging away. He wants to get out of here early, it would appear.
And Bashir is very tough, got a good chin, landing some good leg kicks, but he has to be careful in that boxing range.
Nice push kick there for Peragande.
Peragande already showing huge improvement in his striking. He's been training over at Kill Cliff. He's got to be careful in those exchanges, though.
Yeah, nice exchange of right hands. Both men landed. Another body kick from Bashir.
Yeah, landed a nice jab from that position as well, Sean. Oh, big hand kick!
Peragande pounding away. Can Akeem Bashir survive? He's still in it.
Bashir gets the overhook, and the head of Peragande pulls him in, ties him up. He's trying to find his wits about him, but he's definitely still in this fight.
Bashir trying to set up a triangle here. Peragande able to recognize that, got his posture back. Wow, a lot of action here in round 1.
We're only 90 seconds in.
Nice posture by Peragande. See if he can pick his shots.
Back fist from the bottom there for Akeem Bashir. But once again controls the neck of Alexei Peragande.
And Bashir is here to fight, fellas. He's not going away easily at all.
Oh, beautiful left hand in the ground and pound over the top.
Peragande doing a nice job of keeping his hands off of the mat, up on his opponent's chest and shoulders.
Nice.
I'd like to see Bashir try to open up his guard and actually put the feet on the hips to create space, because he's landing a lot of shots and he's not allowing himself to get back to his feet here.
It's the problem with the closed guard. It locks you into beating from that bottom position. You got to get those long levers in the fight, create some space, create those scrambles, and find a way out from the bottom position.
Now Akeem's doing a good job of controlling that wrist, taking away that right hand. Now controlling the posture of Peragande to take away a little bit of the pop on the punches, but he lets him go.
Alexei Peragande started this fight as a favorite, and you can see the live odds have swung drastically in his favor.
Oh!
3,000.
Massive right hands here from Peragande.
Beautiful ground and pound. as Randy mentioned earlier, ill intent on everything, and he's setting them up properly. Now he passes.
Yeah, he's in full side control now. Excellent pass. Able to elevate that leg lever of Bashir. Now trying to set up a choke here.
Darce locked on.
He's got those long arms.
Bashir turned, changed the angle. Can he roll him back into that angle?
If he sinks his weight into that neck, he can finish it. Bashir's opening up that elbow, though, taking away the pressure on the neck. Now it's starting to get tight.
Team Bashir finding himself in some trouble here. Peragande squeezing,
tough.
and now he's isolated the arm.
There's the tap.
Alexei Peragande with a first-round finish.
What a skill set from this young man. Amazing fight.
It took less than a round, his second pro victory by submission.
Only 22 years old, guys. I mean, that skill set.
To be 22 again.
Gee.
What a sponge. Look how much he's improved since the last one we saw him. Amazing striking today. The ground skills were on point. He floated over the top, kept his head up and his hips in, picked his shots. Did it. That's an excellent performance.
Did you guys not have those skills when you were 22?
Yeah, no.
The future is incredibly bright for that young man.
And for me, the story of this fight with those 1-2s early, countering those leg kicks, Peragande definitely wanted to finish this fight early.
It's a nice kick right to the head. Definitely put Bashir on the ground. He took some time and controlled himself on the ground and found a way. Beautiful high kick right over the guard of Bashir. Peragande just selecting those shots.
And listen, you know, the submission ended the fight. This is what set up the submission. Those right hands were absolutely devastating. It's what really hurt Bashir on the mat. It's what allowed Peragande to then pass the guard into side control and set up this absolutely beautiful front choke. Had that Darce choke, got his weight involved. It was pressing down on the neck. Just a beautiful setup, beautiful finish. Peragande did everything he wanted to do. He tied up that arm on the bottom as well. Bashir forced to tap out. What a performance.
A little celebration from Alexei. Here's our Cagenomics Stats Bundle brought to you by Geico. One-way traffic. We'll make it official when we return to Atlanta.
No one has ever been in his position. Heavyweight champ walks away.
We don't know the end result. He could sign tomorrow for the most money anybody's ever signed for in fighting history.
Francis Ngannou is the lineal heavyweight champion of the world. And so we'll see what he does.
I chose the PFL out of everyone in order to change the game of MMA. For whoever feel ready, I'm the baddest mother on the planet. I'll be fighting in the pay-per-view super fight division. It has always been my goal to control my own destiny. When somebody feels respect, you get the best out of the person. The reason why I signed with the PFL is because of their willing to develop the sport. Most importantly, in Africa, I stand for my people, for my community, I fight for them, and to get something like this to bring back home is like a huge accomplishment. Along with the PFL, now that I'm in the position to speak, to fight for those who doesn't have a voice, because at the end of the day, it's fighter first. Fighter is the one doing the sport. At the end of every accomplishment, there's another challenge. That's how you build your own legacy.
Welcome back to Professional Fighters League action at Overtime Elite Arena in Atlanta, Georgia. Our first fight of the night in the books, Alexei Peragande with a first-round submission finish over Hakeem Bashir. And there is your AI score. PFL's computerized scoring measures every fighter in every round. Performance-based algorithm that looks at damage inflicted and successful offense. Grades on a 1 to 100 scale, with 100 being awarded only if you have finished your opponent in that round. PFL's computerized scoring helps you follow along with who's winning every fight. We'll make this one official with Andy Shepard inside the smart cage.
Referee Blake Grice calls a halt to the action in round number 1 at 3 minutes and 40 seconds. Declaring your winner via submission to a Darce choke, Alexei Peragande.
Out of here. What a beautiful submission there by Peragande. Obviously, we got a bit of everything, dropped him with the head kick and then followed up with some really powerful strikes. I want to draw your attention to this arm here. You can see this right arm is driving through, and that's going to meet onto this bicep here. That's what's going to cinch up the choke. And from this point, it's just a case of working his opponent as we allow it to play through. You can see that arm slide through. It meets the tricep, and then watch how he just slowly squeezes this Darce choke into position. You can see his opponent trying to keep some space with his elbow in his neck, but eventually Peragande finds his position on the top. He's able to put some body weight on there, and then watch this. Kenny pointed it out a second ago. He's going to catch the arm of his opponent. There we go. Catches the arm of his opponent right here. Still got the lock on the upper body as well, still squeezing, but driving all of his weight, driving through his hips into his opponent with the arm trapped, and there's nothing his opponent can do. You can see that crank on the neck. You can see how tight that is into the night. Beautiful submission. Over to Spohn for the winner.
All right, thank you. I'm here with the winner, Alexei Peragande, still undefeated as a professional mixed martial artist. Let's talk about the aggression. You came out hot in this fight. It started with the strikes. It finished with the grappling. Was the plan to get this done early?
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm always come here to finish. I don't try to make fights for myself easy. I don't try to win by decision. My last fight, obviously, I came through a lot of adversity, and that wasn't me. A lot of you saw, a lot of people just thought I was a straight up wrestler. They didn't know I had these hands, you know, but I'm glad I got to show PFL, you know, my striking, how dangerous I am on the feet, not just on the ground, but on the feet as well. And I can set up submissions from anywhere. Shout out to Mickey Gall for that Darce choke. Man, I think he showed me that somewhere a couple months ago, or go off to the side. So shout out to Mickey Gall for that choke. Learned a lot from him.
So you won your contract on the PFL Challenger Series, and Randy was mentioning the growth that we saw from the last time out. I know you relocated training camps. Now you're shouting out training partners. Let's talk about that growth and the skills you're adding to the arsenal.
Oh my God, I'm so grateful to move down to Killcliff FC, one of the best gyms in the world. I'm so grateful for my girlfriend, my mom, my dad for helping me move down to South Florida. They're such a huge support system. They're amazing. Man, Henry Hooft, Greg Jones, you know, Nick Lenz, he's in the back. My teammate Impa is next. So I really hope he comes out, comes the same thing, brings out that intensity. We all know Impa always brings that intensity, but it has been a game changer. Also this new weight class, 145. It's my weight class, so you guys better be careful.
Still undefeated, as I mentioned, as a professional mixed martial artist. Congratulations, Alexei Peragande. First round submission finish. Another showcase bout up next. It'll be women's featherweights this time. There's Brandy Hester putting the final touches on a warm-up. She'll be squaring off against that woman, Abigail Montes, who you might remember from a previous PFL bout where she took on the two-time Olympic gold medalist in boxing, Claressa Shields, and staged the major upset there with a complete domination on the ground. Montes and Hester when we come back for more professional mixed martial arts on ESPN+. Welcome back to Atlanta. Another showcase bout. Jumping here into the smart cage. This one in the women's featherweight division. Brought to you by Geico. It'll be Abigail Montes taking on Brandy Hester.
Making their way to the PFL smart cage, Brandy Hester.
Brandy Hester making her PFL debut, her pro mixed martial arts debut as well. She's from here in Atlanta, Georgia. Fancies herself a striker with kickboxing and Muay Thai as the background.
Making her way to the PFL smart cage, Abigail Montes.
Abigail Brave Montes, she fought in the 2022 PFL season. She defeated Clarissa Shields back in 2021 and somehow stole those wings from Kenny Florian for the walkout tonight.
I want those back. Looking for those.
Speaking of Kenny Florian, he's got the keys to victory here.
All right, let's check them out. For Montes, she needs to get to a fast start here against Hester, who's making her debut. Also needs to test the ground game of Hester. For Brandy, she needs to stop the takedown, use her kicks to create space, and slow Montes down.
So the tape brought to you by Geico. You can see a big age difference here. Abigail Montes, 23 years of age. Brandy Hester is 39. Hester is the taller fighter at 5'8". That height advantage also translates to a reach advantage in both arms and legs for Hester. And Andy Shepard gets the women started.
The following is a women's showcase bout in the featherweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. She's a kickboxing specialist and stands 5 feet 8 inches tall. She weighed in officially at 145 pounds and is making her professional MMA debut. Fighting out of Atlanta, Georgia, Brandy Beast Hester! And her opponent, fighting out of the red corner. She is an MMA specialist and stands 5 feet 6 inches tall. She weighed in officially at 145 3/4 pounds. In 5 professional contests, has amassed a record of 3 victories and 2 defeats. Fighting out of Guadalajara, Jalisco, Mexico, Abigail Brave Montes. Your referee in charge, Kevin McDonald.
There's Kevin McDonald equipped with the ref cam. Inside the smart cage, Sean O'Connell, Randy Couture, Kenny Florian beside the PFL smart cage. We can also check in with Dan Hardy. Touch of the gloves. Montes in the purple, Hester in the gray. Clash of the shins on that inside leg kick from both women. Nice 1-2 there from Hester.
Oh, nice counter there by Hester, really utilizing that reach advantage here.
Nice straight punches by Hester, right down the middle.
Montes continues to try to attack the inside leg of Hester.
Hold it.
Montes tries to open that with a hook and then a nasty leg kick there.
Really impressed with the composure of Hester here in her debut, pro debut. Montes has a big advantage when it comes to experience, but Hester doing a great job here with her boxing.
She's comfortable there measuring and managing the distance. Randy, I'm curious to see if we'll get exactly that. Montes changing levels, and now with the shot, can she keep Randy Hester down straight to the back?
Here's that experience factor. Hester a little over aggressive with that 1-2 and walked right into the double leg. Montes able to finish it and secure her back right away. Got one hook in, trying to find that second anchor. Good hand finding by Hester.
Yeah, now Hester in a better position here. She just needs to keep that right elbow a lot closer to her hips to not allow that second hook, that right leg of Montes to get into position.
Great grip. Stay there. No hooks. No good. No worries.
Take a listen inside the ATT Atlanta.
No hooks. There we
corner,
go,
Randy
Randy.
Hester.
Take your time. Take your time. No hooks. Keep the wrist. Keep the wrist. No hooks. It's all good, Brandy. No hooks. That's nothing. Keep your chin down. Hold the hands. That's fine. That's fine. No, that's nothing. No hooks, Brandy.
Nice work by Abigail Montes to soften up the guard a little bit with a couple of nice strikes, and now she's flattened Brandy Hester out with those hooks.
Hester trying to find a way to elbow escape.
Montes hammering away.
Yeah, she's really bringing the pressure now, has her posture, landing some big shots here. Hester turns her back again. This is not where she wants to be.
Flattened out one more time. Abigail Montes unrelenting, and that'll earn the stoppage. First round finish for Abigail Montes.
Yeah, she made some nice adjustments. You know, it wasn't going her way on the feet. She made the right decision to take this fight to the ground. From there, she really took over.
Very impressive by Hester stepping up into a platform this big for your very first fight. Pretty amazing.
Yeah,
striking was on point, and she obviously sees where she has to do some work now. She's got to figure out takedown defense and how to scramble out of some situations on the ground.
Yeah, definitely showed some great composure on the feet, landed some great shots with her boxing.
No, it's okay. Good job.
So a finish for Abigail Montes. Interestingly enough, her last 3 fights have all ended by not just decision, but split decision. She's been in razor close contests. This time, she gets it done convincingly.
You see she's got the full back mount. She's got both hooks in, just chipping away at Hester's guard. Hester trying to get to her side to find a way to elbow escape. She gets put back to her belly and stretched back out. Here's very close to the end of the fight. The referee's seen enough.
We'll take a look at our Cagenomics stats bundle presented by Geico. Abigail Montes landed 30 strikes, but really the takedown was the big difference here. We'll make it official when we return on ESPN+. Take a look at the AI score. Abigail Montes earned a finish in round number 1. That is the only way to score a perfect 100 on the computerized algorithm-based scoring here in the PFL. We'll make this one official inside of the smart cage. Andy Shepard calls the fighters to the center of the cage and puts it in the books.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Kevin McDonald calls a halt to the action at 3 minutes and 6 seconds of round number 1. Declaring your winner via TKO, Abigail Montes!
Successful outing for Abigail Montes. TKO, 3 minutes in.
Montes was trying to attack with those leg kicks. It was Hester who was landing some good shots on the feet, but it was Montes who got the fight to the floor and really took over from there, was able to take the back. You see Hester unable to secure that overhook. That would have prevented, or at least delayed Montes from taking the back there. Montes got both hooks in, flattened her out. And just relentless pressure, very difficult to defend from that position.
Dan Hardy, walk me through a illustration here if you don't mind.
Well, you know, Hester was doing such a good job of defending the hooks. You could hear Home Carnero in the corner saying, no hooks, no hooks. But as soon as these hooks sunk in, you can see one here and one here. She starts to pressure down into her opponent. You can see her flattening her out. All of that weight is going into the lower back of her opponent. And while she's hitting, she's also driving underneath the armpits as well. She's prying her opponent apart, flattening her out. And you can see, once she's over the hips here, there's nowhere else she can go. It's just a case of landing enough shots to get the referee to step in and save the fighter that's mounted. A really strong performance from Montes. As soon as she was able to get the hooks, she flattened her opponents out, keeps heavy hips all the way through. You see, re-establishing the hooks there. Same again. The hooks go in, re-establishing them, flattens her opponents out, but always continues punching. Never for a second lets the referee gives the referee the impression that her opponent's going to make it out of there.
Up next, regular season action in the light heavyweight division. That's Andrew Sanchez making his 2023 PFL debut. He'll be squaring off against Tombstone Taylor Johnson, a man who has made multiple appearances on the Challenger Series, multiple victorious appearances, and was frustrated he didn't earn the contract. But here he is after a first-round finish against Trey Williams. Now he's got opportunities at points and a spot in the playoffs when we return to PFL action on ESPN+. Welcome back to PFL action here on ESPN Plus. Next week, heavyweights and women's featherweights will be taking center stage. That's Friday, June 16th. We'll start same time, 6:30 Eastern on ESPN Plus. Main card will be at 10 on ESPN and simulcast on ESPN Plus. As the push to the playoffs continues, tickets are available if you want to come watch in person at Overtime Elite Arena. PFLMMA.com. Sean O'Connell and Randy Couture and Kenny Florian. Second half of the regular season has begun. We're about to start the light heavyweight action. And of course, the pursuit of points and a spot in the playoff standings. That's what this is about. It's not just a fight, it's a league. The only one in the sport of mixed martial arts. 10 fighters in each weight class, 6 different weight classes. 2 regular season fights for each of our fighters. You earn 3 points for wins, bonus points for a finish in any round. Only the top 4 fighters in each division will make the playoffs. And if you can fight through the semifinals and to a championship, $1 million and a beautiful gold belt awaits each champion. We started with some showcase action here on ESPN Plus, and now it's all about the regular season. First, 2 light heavyweight bouts, then we get to an elimination bout between Chris Wade and Ryoji Kudo. Both men need points. Ty Flores versus Dan Spohn back in the light heavyweight division, and a featured contest between Marlon Moraes, who's holding on to a goose egg right now. He needs points. Gabriel Braga has just 3 in the featherweight division, and you can see the odds there. Andrew Sanchez is a blue corner favorite to open things. Ian Parker says Taylor Johnson is the right underdog pick, by the way. And Gabriel Braga is the favorite over Marlon Moraes as well. To refresh your memories here, featherweight standings. Brendan Lochnane alone at the top of the table for now with 5 points. Bubba Jenkins, Movlid, Khaybulaev, and Gabriel Braga all have decision victories from the first half of the regular season, good enough for 3 points. Everybody else will be chasing a finish tonight. All right, let's talk about some of the feature bouts here on ESPN Plus. I mentioned Gabriel Braga, Challenger Series contract winner, jumps right into the regular season, earns a decision victory. He's got 3 points, and now the toughest test of his mixed martial arts career against Magic Marlon.
So in a little over 3 months, this guy's already fighting 3 times. This is what it takes to be the best in the PFL. He's got a well-rounded skill set, got very, very good striking. His takedowns are on point. Grounded pound is on point as well. He's for a young man, he's got a lot of ability, and he brings a lot of fire to this smart cage. This guy's going to be very, very tough to beat. Here is against Pinedo in a split decision victory, but a solid performance by Braga.
All right, so Gabriel Braga, he still needs a win if he wants to get into the playoffs. But let's talk about Chris Wade, a one-time finalist, a perennial contender at both lightweight and featherweight here in the PFL. He's been part of it since season 1. He's facing elimination if he can't get a win and probably a finish tonight.
Yeah, definitely a lot of pressure on Chris Wade tonight. But this is a guy who has a ton of skills, a ton of experience as well. And Chris Wade has seen a lot inside that PFL smart cage, struggled there against Bubba Jenkins in their rematch. So he's gonna have to make some adjustments, just like Bubba Jenkins did with him. And Chris Wade is absolutely capable of not only winning, but getting one of those explosive finishes that he's known for.
All right, let's talk about the light heavyweight division. Martin Hamlet and Josh Silveira both have 6 points from first round finishes. Both of those coincidentally by submission. And then Ty Flores earned a decision victory. First time out, he's got 3 points. So Ty Flores, 3 points. He actually missed weight yesterday, so that's going to penalize him a point, but he can still earn points for the playoff standings tonight. He's put himself in a tough position, even coming off a victory.
Yeah, he dug himself a little bit of a hole. I mean, the best he can score tonight is 5 with a first round finish, and that will secure him. If he in the first or second round, if he can get a finish, that will secure him a spot in the playoffs. He had a great outing against Delon Monte. Took Delon out of his strength in that Muay Thai, put him on the ground, pounded him out, and got the victory. Did what he needed to do to get the 3-point decision victory. This kid's well-rounded. He's hurt himself a little bit by not making weight, but he's still got a shot.
Let's talk about another guy who we'll see on the early card here tonight. Kasanganay, another Challenger Series veteran, a contract winner from that. He also stepped in Las Vegas for a showcase bout. Some things that have transpired at light heavyweight mean that he now is in the season. He has an opportunity to earn points.
Yeah, absolutely. And he can really taste it. I mean, this is a guy who is extremely explosive. We saw how good his striking is. Excellent with his grappling as well. This is another guy who has 3 fights in a very short amount of time, but he is very mentally strong, very physically strong, and definitely capable of getting a quick finish, which I think he'll need tonight. So had an absolute war against Corey Hendricks. A little bit undersized, but he's gonna have a speed advantage in this division.
All right, earlier I showed you the odds next to some of these names and these fights, and I still need advice on how we're betting this, at least a refresher from the pre-show. We'll send it to our experts, Jonathan Coachman and Ian Parker. How are we betting, fellas?
Well, I do want to point out, Sean, that the ESPN Plus parlay is still alive, very much a go, but we're focused on the first league fight, the very next one, because I love that historically Ian Parker has made this kind of his go-to. So, Ian Parker, explain yourself.
I shall do so, Coach. Taylor Johnson, Andrew Sanchez. We got an interesting fight here. Sanchez, a UFC vet, started off his career mainly as a grappler, kind of fell in love with the brawl with his hands, but he fades in his cardio rounds 2, round 3. Taylor Johnson is someone who's fought in the PFL twice, as Sean mentioned. He's looked great. He's got good KO power, good hands, good cardio, and he's a very good wrestler. I'm a little surprised he's plus 155 here. I think it's because his name is not as well known as Sanchez. Give me Tombstone, Taylor Johnson. Let's get that dog barking, Coach.
Yeah, the other thing we're looking at with our handicapping is the fact that a lot of these fighters, they don't have any points yet. Aggression, early finishes tonight. We're going to be watching for that. Sean, let's get it started. Back to you.
Well, I don't think you'll be left wanting when Tombstone Taylor Johnson comes out with 0 points. I anticipate a lot of action from these light heavyweight bouts. And of course, all of these are building towards the ESPN card, the main event and the co-main event, where we will see 2 previous champions at featherweight. 2021 champion Movlid Khaybulaev is back. He's coming off a decision victory. And Brendan Loughnane is coming off a victory. That was a TKO. He's got 5 points. And of course, he was last season's champion. Some people think a collision course, an inevitable rematch between these 2 guys is something we're in for here. Is it in the championship? Is it in the playoffs? Well, their performances tonight will determine whether or not we get it.
It's going to be very interesting. Will Khaybulaev have his way? Brendan Loughnane went to find Khaybulaev after he got smothered in the semifinals in 2021 to shore up his wrestling, and we've seen some great wrestling skills from him. Obviously, we know the striking is on point. Who's going to go out and impose their will? That's the real question.
Brendan Loughnane has made it very clear he wants that fight. He wants that win back from Movlid Khaybulaev, and he thinks that last year he proved he has the skill set to make it happen now. Is it an eventuality?
It's such an interesting story, again, with Randy talking about how they've trained together. I think they're going to meet at some point, you know, whether it's in the semis or in the finals, but you know, this is why I never showed anybody anything when I was fighting, because they can come back to haunt you.
You know what? We'll worry about the featherweights a little bit later. Right now, it's all about the 205-pounders, a weight class that I hold near and dear to my own heart as the Season 1 champ. I just want to remind people of that. Regular season action. Taylor Johnson, Andrew Sanchez. This fight brought to you by the Army National Guard.
Making his way to the PFL Smart Cage, fighting out of the blue corner, Andrew Sanchez.
Andrew Elderte Sanchez, making his PFL season debut. He's from Shiloh, Illinois. Held an RFA championship, respected regional promotion. Coming off a victory in the Eagle FC promotion. Looking to earn points. He's got 0 in the standings right now.
And in the red corner, Taylor Johnson.
There's Tombstone, his PFL season debut. We've seen him in the Smart Cage twice on the Challenge Series. He won both of those fights, but somebody else got the contract. He's got 6 career knockouts. He will be hunting for another one here in Atlanta. It's win or go home for both of these individuals. Kenny's keys to victory.
Yeah, here we go. Keys to victory for Taylor Johnson. He's got to use that size and power advantage here and get that forward pressure going here against Sanchez. For Sanchez, use that speed advantage and stick and move when it comes to the striking game.
Taylor tape brought to you by the Army National Guard. Taylor Johnson, 32. Andrew Sanchez is 35. Sanchez is the taller fighter, weighed in 1 pound heavier. He's got a reach advantage on the arms, but the longer legs go to Taylor Johnson. Andy Shepard with light heavyweight action.
The following fight takes place in the light heavyweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. He is a wrestling specialist and stands 6 feet 1 inches tall. He weighed in officially at 205.5 pounds. Across 20 professional fights, has earned a record of 13 wins and 7 losses. Fighting out of Shiloh, Illinois, Andrew El Dirty Sanchez. And his opponent, fighting out of the red corner. He is also a wrestling specialist and stands 6 feet even. He weighed in officially at 205.25 pounds and holds a professional record of 9 victories and 3 defeats. Fighting out of Redmond, Oregon, Taylor Tombstone Johnson. Referee in charge, Keith Peterson.
There's Keith Peterson equipped with the ref cam. Taylor Johnson, the underdog that Ian Parker tells us is very live. He's in the orange shorts.
Sir, you ready? Sir, you ready? Fight.
Sanchez in the black and gray. Hands down and loose for both fighters early.
Nice little pull counter there from Sanchez.
That's what you expect from Taylor Johnson. He likes to move forward and swing. Randy, I'm very curious to see how both of these guys use their wrestling backgrounds, because oftentimes when 2 powerful grapplers square off, it turns into a striking battle.
Absolutely. Their skill sets negate each other, and then they end up using the other skills that they've developed, and who's done the best job at developing those.
Sanchez with that sort of bouncing karate stance here. Almost feinted the overhand right, trying to get a read.
Yeah, he's been looking for that shot a lot here in round 1. Both NAIA All-Americans, both champions as well.
Snatch single there. But Sanchez thinks better of it, and a nice knee here from the clinch. And Johnson tosses up a head kick on the separation.
Yeah, nice kick off the break there.
Dirty boxing by Johnson there, a little dirty boxing, got that clinch, and then had a couple shots.
Another low kick there from Sanchez. You can't wear too many of those from a guy who's probably walking around about 220 pounds today. More clinch work here.
Yeah, Johnson has found some great success with that collar tie or tie clinch. Excellent knees up the middle, but Sanchez doing a great job from the outside.
£205 elimination bout. There's the fans on Twitter. 2 fights, 2 stoppages so far. Both of those showcase bouts. Now we're into the regular season action, and both of these light heavyweights will be chasing a finish. We'll see if we can make it 3 for 3.
Sanchez with the body lock, inside control. Johnson doing a good job with that overhook or whizzer. Trying to keep his hips free and not get drugged to the mat.
There's Kasanganay draped with the American flag. His bout at 205 pounds still to come here on ESPN Plus. Sanchez very temporarily dragged Johnson to the mat, right back to the feet.
Like to see Johnson re-pummel, get a little inside, take both those, at least one of those inside underhooks away from Sanchez.
Yeah, Sanchez with some good pressure here, good head position.
He does have the hands locked around the body.
Yeah, there he goes. That's what he was looking for. Nice takedown there by Sanchez, right into side control.
Classic body lock by Sanchez. He twists one way, gets that resistance, uses that resistance against him to take him back.
There you go. Control.
Taylor's got to be careful not get mounted here. Sanchez was looking for excellent pressure, really pinning those shoulders to the mat is Sanchez.
There you go. Keep working. Don't let him rest at all.
Nice job by Johnson to get back to half guard. Now trying to sit up.
There you go. Keep working.
Less than 1 minute to work here for Tombstone. Sanchez trying to pass all the way to a mount. Thinks better of it, settles back down to control.
Feel all your weight.
Get that V grip in your left hand. V grip left hand, armpit.
Keep working, guys. Keep working.
Keep working, Andrew.
Sanchez with some excellent control.
Keep your breathing.
Good awareness here, really trapping him up against the cage.
Doing good. Keep working.
Johnson trying to roll to his knees. He does. Now in a good position to get back to his feet. He's got the cage there to protect the back.
He's got to stand up. There he is.
Keep working.
Johnson using switch for a second.
Oh! Illegal knee! Illegal knee!
Over there. You got it.
And there's the time from Keith Peterson pausing the action. He just threw it too quickly.
Yeah, and he knows it. He's really upset with himself. Got a little excited off
stay
that
right there,
break.
please.
I'm not sure he realized Sanchez's knees were still on the mat. Man, hopefully Sanchez is going to be able to recover here.
So we'll check him out.
I mean, both knees on the mat there. About as clear as day. Johnson saying, I'm sorry, but damage is done.
For what it's worth, Sanchez was clearly lucid enough immediately after that knee landed to protest to the referee, which would indicate that maybe he's got enough wits to continue in this fight. We'll see what the doctor says about it.
He didn't seem to be stunned. He responded right away, even to Johnson coming over and saying, oh man, I'm sorry.
All right, I'll be right back. Tell me where you're at. All right. So, if we're unable to recover, he's giving him a chance. I didn't get to see the review, but he's on both knees, and he just cracks him. That's a DQ. Yes? Okay.
So you heard it there. Keith Peterson verifying with the commission that if Sanchez is not able to continue, it'll be a disqualification, which further muddles the picture in the light heavyweight division because both of these guys need points.
We're going to be okay. Okay. Sir.
Sanchez stands up, says he's ready to go.
1 point.
1 point deduction will put Johnson behind the 8 ball. Okay. Sanchez doing the right thing here, not finding the easy way out of this fight.
So, keep it clean,
you can see the odds have swung further into the favor of Andrew Sanchez. Touch of the gloves and another apology. And 12 more seconds in the first round. Final few seconds will tick away here. Round 2 when we return.
I think my message was clear. My message was violent, My message is I am coming back for my belt. I am already the champion.
Brendan Loughnane, one of the best featherweights on planet Earth.
Oh, big right hand. That hurt him. Here's the reversal by Johnson and the knee right up the middle. Clearly Sanchez still on both knees. That's an illegal strike. Thankfully Sanchez was able to recover, get back into the fight. Johnson definitely loses the point for the infraction, which puts a little more pressure on him coming into the second round. But at the end of the day, 3 points isn't going to help either one of these guys. They need a solid victory in the finish.
I want to emphasize that we have seen guys previously in the sport of mixed martial arts who know the situation. They get dinged like that, and the fighter who got hit by the illegal strike knows I can get out of here and get an easy win. Yeah. Sanchez doing the right thing, showing that he actually wants this fight. He is on the takedown attempt again. Johnson rolls right to a knee bar.
Sanchez able to turn his knee, needs to escape that knee line. Johnson might be in a difficult position here if he's not able to get back to his feet or roll again. Yeah, absolutely. You know, Sean, to your point, very honorable of Sanchez to continue fighting. And now he's in a great position. And again, it's important to note, he won round one. It'd be a different story if Johnson won round one. It'd be 9-9, so he's up 10-8 in round one here. And again, in a good position here against Johnson. Or to my eyes, I should say, it looks like he won round one. It should be pretty clear.
It's probably a fair assumption,
yeah,
especially given the deduction. Johnson trying to fight back to his feet, and now Sanchez has his right arm trapped behind him. Johnson able to get it back. Left hand from the top control for Sanchez.
Sanchez going right back to that body lock. Taylor's going to be able to get to his feet here. See if he can bring him right back down to the mat.
Good balance there from Johnson. Circles back to the center of the smart cage. Oh, cracking right hand. Johnson landed one on the ear of Andrew Sanchez.
Sanchez had a nice response there with the right hand, again looking for that pull counter. But it's been impressive to see the development of Sanchez. You had a chance to see him back when he won the Ultimate Fighter, Tough 23 way back in the day. Really was just a grappler, but has made big improvements with his striking over the years.
If Tough 23 was way back in the day, how far was Tough 1, Kenny?
You know what? I don't quite remember. Hey, Randy was a part of that season, too. We're both.
2005.
Yes.
Uppercut, the hook, and now another knee attempt here from Johnson, trying to find his range.
Blood out of the left eye of Johnson.
Sanchez really mixing it up nicely. And, you know, for Johnson, who committed that foul, that can throw off your game a lot, too. You know, and it seems like Johnson really hasn't been the same since that foul was committed. Oh, nice right hand from Johnson.
And then another knee. Grabs that plum as quickly as he can. Sanchez shrugs it off, but not before he absorbs a nasty knee to the body. Left hook landed there for Johnson.
Big shot.
Saw a little wobble from Sanchez. Now they grab the clinch.
Yeah, Sanchez just lifting that chin a little bit too high when he jabs. Excellent jab, but that chin kind of out of position there. Nice leaping left hook from Taylor Johnson.
It's a beautiful punch, Kenny.
I know a guy who used to use that.
Sanchez keeps his hands very, very low.
We saw him in that karate stance, kind of hands low, bouncing around earlier. I don't know if he... Stiff jab from Johnson. Rocked Sanchez.
Yeah, I mean, there's a momentum shift right now, guys. Taylor Johnson starting to take over here with his striking.
If he can land a couple and keep himself at range, keep stifling his punches by bringing his feet a little bit too far in and allowing Sanchez to grab a hold of him. We'll see if he can figure that out in the final 40 seconds.
You lead. 30 seconds. More speed, yes.
Nice head movement there from Taylor Johnson. Oh, big right hand!
And you see him just walking forward Terminator style, not in a rush. Final 10 seconds of a very interesting round number 2, and a third frame to come after that leaping kick.
Good job.
Wrestling, you can't hurt him. You can only advance in position. I'm looking to hurt. I look for fear in my opponents every time.
I'm a bad man, and I do what bad men do.
Oh, nice jab there by Jenkins. Oh, my God!
He is Bubba Bad Man Jenkins.
Sean O'Connell, Kenny Florian, Randy Couture here with some replays in the Professional Fighters League.
Yeah, some great action on the feet. There's that right hand pull counter. And Sanchez able to shoulder roll that. That knocked him out of balance, but it actually wasn't a shot that landed. Now, did the judges see that? That's the question. But Sanchez to end that round. Nice little helicopter kick there.
Thank you, sir.
Janey says round number 3 to come. 5 more minutes for either of these light heavyweights to seize some points in the standings. Both men came in with 0.
Sir, you ready? Sir, you ready? Fight.
Randy, round 2, I think a tough one to score because Sanchez did control some of the positioning and the wrestling early.
In my mind, he got that takedown, but he didn't really do any damage or do anything with that. I think that scores him a point, the same as landing a good punch, honestly. So I still think that Johnson won the second round. Sanchez more than likely had a 10-8 first round with the deduction of the point.
They're cracking away here, both men with the urgency, wanting a bonus point in the standings.
Randy, I agree with you, and Johnson looks like he's starting to get tired here in round 3.
Could come down to who's got the deeper gas tank here. Good work in the corner on the cut on Taylor Johnson's left eyebrow. That was leaking pretty aggressively at the end of the second round. So far, nothing flowing. Sanchez intercepted Taylor Johnson's forward movement with a jab there.
Don't worry about going low. Don't go too low.
Johnson looking for that takedown now, trying to rip that ankle away, and he does. Sanchez right back to his feet, though.
That's it. Try to beat the Weezer. Try to beat the Weezer. Step behind it. Good. Hips in. Nothing big. Nothing big. Make sure we can release and punch here. Let him turn you.
Sanchez with a body lock here. Johnson trying to counter it with the overhook.
Hands are open. Good.
Sanchez attempted that same takedown there that was successful in the first round, where he shifts directions and pulls Johnson back over his leg. Johnson wise to it here in the third frame.
Really like to see Johnson re-pummel, and Sanchez does a nice job of shrugging him over and taking his back in the standing position.
Yeah, that was beautiful. Trying to drag Johnson down to the mat, unable to do so far.
Johnson's going to try to swim over and get that overhook again, that whizzer again. if he can.
So a brief lift there from Sanchez. They've gone all the way around, circling on the outside of the smart cage barrier.
There's the swim. He's got the overhook now. I'd like to see him re-pummel with that other side and get the underhook on that side. Pull himself in chest to chest. There it is, right there. Oh, Sanchez re-pummel. Not going to give that up easily. Now Johnson trying to get it on the other side.
And earns the separation there. With 2 minutes left, nice jab there from Johnson. There is a possibility here, if Johns can win this round, and we think he won round 2, where this fight could end in a draw. As far as the season standings, a draw is good for 1 point. Ooh. Better than 0, but not good for either man in the playoff race. Johnson getting aggressive here, trying to make something happen in the final 70 seconds.
Yeah, you'll look at Johnson, it looks like he's tired, but then he'll explode with a combination out of nowhere. Sanchez has to be careful. Nice right hand by Sanchez.
It's almost like Johnson setting a trap, trying to dare him to come in.
Little bounce back in the step of Sanchez after he landed that. Both men running out of time to put an exclamation point on their performance here.
Nice right hand over the ear of Sanchez. That caught him.
Once again, though, Johnson went in too far on the strikes to follow it up and ends up chest to chest. You know, Ken, I just can't imagine over pursuing and striking like that.
I think Taylor's been watching a lot of Sean O'Connell fights. Oh, almost a takedown there.
Trying again here as the final seconds tick off.
Johnson trying to frame Sanchez's head out, create some space. Big spinning backward misses.
High kick attempt and another. Final bell.
I love those kicks off the break that Taylor Johnson keeps throwing. Missed with that one, though.
So this one will go to the judges' scorecard. Sanchez raises his arms. He thinks he's done enough. Round 2 was tough to score. There's your Geico Cagenomics stats bundle, and you can see Taylor Johnson, over the course of the fight, outlanded Andrew Sanchez. Sanchez with the meaningful takedown in round number 1. I think a less meaningful takedown in round number 2 that Cagenomics maybe didn't catch. But most importantly, these fights are scored round by round. So how did the judges parse out the scoring in rounds 2 and 3? We'll find out momentarily. See what the PFL proprietary AI score says about this one. So AI gives round 1 to Sanchez and rounds 2 and 3 to Taylor Johnson. Now, AI will not have accounted for the 10-8 in round number 1 because of the point deduction. If we're following AI, which is not an official judge, this fight ends in a draw and 1 point for each man. The commission judges have final say. We'll wait for their scorecard. Woo!
A lot of drama.
Just how Kenny Florian likes it. Yes! The judges are taking their time. I'd like to bring in the 4th man in the booth here, Dan Hardy, if you don't mind. These are always complicated situations, right? Close 2nd round, close 3rd round. We already explained what happened in round number 1. So how do you think we're going to see this on the judges' scorecard?
You know, I'm leaning towards a draw myself. I thought the first round was quite clear for Sanchez with the takedown, the ground and pound, and of course, The point deduction puts that at 10-8. But then the second round, I felt like Johnson came back. Moments of control for Sanchez were trumped by the big power shots from Johnson. And then in that third round again, I mean, how do you score it? Do you go for control against the fence, small shots, or do you go for the big single shots from Johnson? I'm agreeing with the AI. I think Johnson won the second and third, but I'm not so sure.
I see Andy Shepherd making his way toward the smart cage, which would indicate that we do have a decision. Before we get to that, let's see what our experts thought of this fight. AI says Johnson. Randy and Kenny think that Sanchez did enough. The official judges have submitted their scorecards. Andy Shepherd has them now. Andy, to you.
After 3 rounds of action, we go to the judges' scorecards. Who scored this contest? 29-27 Sanchez, 29-27 Johnson, and 29-27 for your winner via split decision, Andrew Sanchez!
Andrew Sanchez with the split decision victory, good enough for 3 points in the light heavyweight standings. Snapping a brief win streak there for Taylor Johnson, who goes back to the drawing board. Sanchez successful in his PFL season debut. Light heavyweight standings for now, plenty of action still to come at 205. That win does put Andrew Sanchez in the playoff picture for now. We will see Martin Hamlet, Josh Silveira, and Ty Flores later tonight. There's Tim Karen. He's got one opportunity to earn points, just like Sanchez and Johnson did a moment ago. Standing in Tim Karen's way is that man, Chilobo, Kasanganay, ready to make his regular season debut here in the PFL. Takedown stray grays and beef up patchy areas with just for men, new one-day beard and brow color. Scan to learn more about this temporary gray finder and stay put so you wash it out. Just for men, the official beard and brow round of the PFL. This is how Kasanganay got here. On the Challenger Series, finishes Osama Al-Saidi. And then back in April on a showcase fight against Corey Hendricks. A hard-fought decision victory for Impa. But that was not for points. His next fight in the smart cage is when we return on ESPN Plus.
We're coming.
This is more than a fight. It's a whole different beast with this one. This is MMA's toughest test.
Oh, that just chopped his leg off.
PFL Featherweight PFL season is a marathon.
1 fight down, 3 to go.
Back-to-back camps.
Y'all gotta go through some drama and some pain to know if you wanna do this. This is a warrior sport, guys. This is for warriors.
It's a culture you create. It's a culture. It's a movement.
You can try and
oh! Deep right hand! He's in big trouble! Oh boy! What a shot!
Grueling physical test.
4 fights in 8 months.
The championship fight is for $1 million.
This league is not for everyone.
You can try and
Another victim comes 2 weeks out.
Dominant.
Oh! Oh, right hand landed. Swinging away, trying to make something happen here.
One of the best fights I've seen of the year.
To become a champion in the PFL, you need to be a different kettle of fish. I'm on a purpose for legacy now. I want people to speak my name in these streets for the rest of the time.
They would be vicious, they would be by force, and they would be violent.
Welcome back to OTE Arena and regular season action. Light heavyweight standings as we head into a light heavyweight bout. Martin Hamlet, 6 points. Josh Silveira, 6 points. Ty Flores in Vegas earned 3 points. And now Andrew Sanchez here in Atlanta with a split decision victory has 3 points. One of our co-leaders, Josh Silveira, he made an impressive run to the semifinals last season, but this year he feels he's unlocked a new level to his mixed martial arts game.
Joshua Silveira!
Last year's Josh versus this year's Josh, you're gonna see a more mature man, like I said. You're gonna see a guy who's not scared to get tired. A guy who's going to push the limit. I feel the best that I ever did, 30 years old. I'm excited. I'm scared of me right now.
Oh, this is where Josh Silveira wants to be now on the back of Sam.
Nice, poke hooks in. Ankle on tight, there's the attack.
6 win points for Josh Silveira with the first round submission.
Joshua Silveira!
There's Josh Silveira backstage. We will see him later tonight, vying for more points and perhaps the top seed in the light heavyweight standings. Before we get there, we have this featured light heavyweight contest exclusively on ESPN Plus between Kasanganay and Tim Karen, brought to you by Beard Guys. 3 5-minute rounds, points and a spot in the standings on the line, but a single opportunity for both of these men.
Fighting out of the blue corner, Tim Karen.
Tim Karen making his PFL season debut. He's got 10 finishes. He is the CES MMA champion, regional champ, moving up, taking a big step up in competition and looking to earn a spot in the playoffs.
And in the red corner, Kasanganay.
Kasanganay has been inside of a PFL cage before, but this is the first time he'll be vying for regular season points. He won a Challenger Series contract earlier this year, part of a 3-fight win streak.
All right, let's check out the keys to victory for Kasanganay. Watch out for those boxing blitzes, his takedowns, and his speed advantage here in this fight. For Tim Karen, he needs to stop that takedown and utilize that counter strike.
Andy Shepard with another regular season contest.
The following fight takes place in the light heavyweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. He is a grappling specialist and stands 6 feet 1 inches tall. He weighed in officially at 205 pounds and holds a professional record of 13 wins, 5 losses, and 1 no contest. Fighting out of Manchester, New Hampshire, the Bear, Tim Curran! And his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, he is a striking specialist and stands 6 feet even. He weighed in officially at 204 pounds and has amassed a professional record of 12 wins and 3 losses. Fighting out of Deerfield Beach, Florida, Chilobo Impa Kasanganay! Your referee in charge, Blake Grice.
There's Blake Grice to oversee the action. Here's our tail of the tape brought to you by Beard Guys. You see how they measure up, and we are underway inside the smart cage. Impa Kasanganay with an overhand right early, body shot to fall.
Yeah, Kasanganay understands the assignment here as he tries to utilize those boxing combinations to take Karen out of this round.
Big double leg by Kasanganay.
Good work there by Karen to negate the forward pressure. Win or lose, win or go home, I should say. The loser will be eliminated. Go against the smart cage barrier. Impa Kasanganay now down in onto the hips and drags Tim Karen down.
Yeah, finally wins that battle from the clinch.
I'm being told we had a brief technical difficulty there, maybe lost a little audio. We're back though here at Overtime Elite Arena in Atlanta. Impa Kasanganay in control here in round number 1 on top of Tim Karen.
Kasanganay on that takedown like a rat on a Cheeto. It started off with some color.
Tim Karen with that half butterfly, trying to elevate, trying to get his back up against the cage and get back to his feet there. Good job by Tim. But a lot of pressure there from Impa Kasanganay. Nice head position as well to keep Karen on the floor.
Nice combination, body head by Impa.
And Impa doing a good job of taking away that posting arm. That you see that right arm from Tim Karen.
We just got him at like 7.
He's trying to run him over and trap it under him in that seat belt. Take away that protection so he can chip away at him.
Impa up and over that guard, now into half guard. Tim trying to get back to his feet here. Oh,
arm triangle attempt.
Yep.
Fence might be in the way to get the proper angle, but he's got it tight.
Yeah, he's a little high. That shoulder and bicep running into the jaw of Tim. He's got to be a little bit lower, but that cage is also complicating things here.
Kasanganay not able to step over to that side. But Tim Karen far from being out of trouble. Now he's safe.
Good job, Tim.
Inside of 2 minutes remaining here in round number 1. Both of these men searching for a finish and points in the light heavyweight playoff standings.
Yeah, Impa started out very aggressive to start this fight. Excellent strikes landed on the feet, but Tim Karen is a tough guy to get out of there, especially early.
Find a butterfly hook on that left side, bud. Butterfly hook, that leg's up.
Left side butterfly.
Try to explode here. Just be ready for it.
There's Martin Hamlet watching backstage. He is currently the points leader in the light heavyweight division.
That space gets our hooks in. Right into your chest.
Nice right hand from the top there for Kasanganay.
Yeah, good positioning and ground and pound here from Kasanganay as he increases the pressure and volume.
Karen gets the full guard.
There's a look through ref cam.
Elevate that, bring that to us. Bring that to us. Keep going, up.
Kasanganay steering Karen back into that fence, trying to use that solid barrier as his friend as he tries to posture up and land more ground and pound.
Yeah, Tim Karen doing a good job of elevating with that butterfly hook, but not able to really control the underhooks of Kasanganay. Kasanganay controlling that waist really well.
Final 10 seconds of round number one. Impa will posture up, at least briefly. They'll finish on the ground in round two when we return. Movlid Khaybulaev, they call him the killer.
Будет со мной биться, пускай не ждет легких путей.
And there's that beautiful left hook from Khaybulaev.
Movlid Killer
Kasanganay in the clinch, gets to those hips, sucks those hips up, follows through. Second effort gets the takedown, lands in the guard. Here's one of the several ground and pound punches with one nice big right hand, followed by another left, just misses.
You good? Janie lets us know it's round number two of a possible three.
Ready?
Tim Karen in the gray trunks, Impa Kasanganay in the gold. Ooh, big punches early from Impa, and he just runs over the level change of Tim Karen.
Tim Karen's got a chin, I tell you, he's eating some big shots here in this fight. Impa in a nice, tight half-guard position, trying to get that shoulder across the jaw of Tim Karen, really pin those shoulders on the mat.
Neither man can guarantee himself a spot in a playoff, even with a finish in victory here. But a 5-point finish would put either in a decent position as Impa goes to work from the top.
Nice job by Impa, steering him into the fence, bringing his hips in and up, getting his head positioned, and then bringing down some big shots from that top position. Impa really bringing the pressure here. Anytime Tim goes to post with that right arm, he's either taking it away or pinning it with his shin. Good control on the ground here from Impa. Well, here's your opportunity for an arm triangle again, but again, the fence making things a little bit more difficult.
Keep pushing that through, don't give up on that guard.
If he sinks down lower, he can still finish this.
Good job, wide elbow. Get that right knee through now. Push that right knee through.
That Martin Hamlet horsepower to do it from there.
Yeah.
Frame to an underhook there.
Open up a little, Impa. Open up a little. Just watch for his legs coming up. There you go.
Nasty short punches from Impa Kasanganay, who continues to smother Tim Karen here against the smart cage bearing.
He can pass here and maybe force Karen to try to turn so he creates space to take the back.
Side build up on that elbow if you can. That left hand's going to come in as an underhook.
Nice left hooks here from Kasanganay.
Follow that space up. Keep him tight. Keep him tight, Tim. Use that right arm to keep him tight. Taking that underhook. There you go.
The Kasanganay corner contends to watch their fighter work.
Legs are coming up. You're good. Push him against the cage. Stand up. Stand up. Stand up. Watch for Lovey. There you go. There you go. There you go.
Nice pass by Kasanganay, took advantage of Karen trying to get his legs back in the fight.
Halfway!
Send them out. Let's get on our side here. Let's look to regard. See if Impa is able to mount and rain down blows here. He has that opportunity. He can slide that right knee across the waist of Karen. But Tim able to push him right into his half guard. Good job by Karen to stay alive here.
There's the arm triangle again. Ends up slipping around to the back position. Doesn't have the anchor on the far side. He's got an arm trap.
Yeah, he's got that cross wrist. That is a very tough position there for Tim Karen. Now he lets it go. Man, Tim has shown
Shoulder
so much
punches.
toughness.
Shoulder punches from Kasanganay from the top position.
Oh, big right hands.
Full mount. Almost had full mount there.
Impa now looking for a shoulder choke here.
Yeah, here's an arm triangle.
He's got a good position on this side.
There's a tap! A quick tap, a second round finish for Impa Kasanganay and 5 points. You know, he was trying to set it up for the whole fight.
Yeah.
And recognized that he had an opening where he could get to the right side, not against the barrier, but out to the center of the smart cage where he would have the space to pass to the correct side. There's the squeeze, the pressure, and immediately the tap.
Yeah, Impa started to get more and more comfortable as this fight went on. Was able to get better position, and I think the pressure ultimately got to Tim Karen, had to give up position. And beautiful finish there by Impa Kasanganay, getting those much-earned points.
There's your Cagenomics Stats Bundle brought to you by Geico. Impa Kasanganay ends up in that top position. Works his way to a submission victory. Doing a nice little sprinkle of ground and pound as well. Strong performance. And make it 4 in a row for Chilobo.
Yeah, and had a lot of success on the feet, but it was on the ground where he was able to get it done. It's this kind of pressure. Carrying the weight of your opponent really wears on you, physically, mentally, spiritually, and that's where Kasanganay was taking advantage of Tim Karen here. Getting into side control. Got those nice shoulder strikes there. Very creative strikes from top position. Was controlling that right arm of Tim Karen. There he is in half guard. And you see that right frame, which turned into a lever for Kasanganay. Excellent positioning, pins those shoulders, gets nice position around the neck. The right arm of Karen putting pressure on the neck, and his own arm putting pressure on the other side of the neck, and there's the celebration dance from Impa Kasanganay.
Andy Shepard is inside the smart cage to make this one official.
Referee Blake Grice calls a halt to the action at 3 minutes and 52 seconds of round number 2, declaring a winner via submission with an arm triangle, Impa Kasanganay.
All right, let's check out the light heavyweight standings. See Martin Hamlet still at the top, but Impa Kasanganay able to move into 3rd place, earning 5 points with that 2nd round submission over Tim Karen. Excellent performance. And Sean O'Connell is in the smart cage with our winner, Impa. Sean.
That's right, Kenny Florian here with the winner, Impa Kasanganay, 2nd round submission finished good for 5 points, which right now puts you in the playoff picture. We still have to see how the rest of these light heavyweight fights play out, but right now, you're in the playoffs. How does that sound?
Man, it feels great. It's what we expected of ourselves, right? We got a great team to kill Cliff. We're dominating and doing what we need to do. Coach at DK Fitness, Adita and Brian, everybody. You know, you expect to finish fights, expect to dominate. You knew I wasn't happy about my last one, but shout out to Corey. Focus on the playoffs, but right now I'm just gonna enjoy this moment. Thank God for having me here. Georgia's beautiful, Atlanta's beautiful, so I'm gonna keep enjoying my days and doing what I love.
We talk all the time about how grueling the schedule is, right, here in the PFL. You not only had a fight on the regular season, our first event, but also you earned a contract through the Challenger Series, so you've already had 3 fights in less than 4 months, and now you're hoping, I guess, to have at least 2 more.
For sure, I'll get 2 more, it's God's plan. I'm gonna keep enjoying it every single day, giving God the glory. Man, you know, everybody's going through something in life, and some days you might not even be here. You're sleeping in your car, and now look at me. I'm in the smart cage doing what I love. I'm gonna enjoy every single day. I'm not even worried.
Before we let you get out of here, I want to ask you about that arm triangle, that shoulder choke. You were trying to set it up in the first round. The cage was in the way. You weren't able to pass to the correct side. And then you got the space. You jumped right over, elicited the quick tap. Was that something you scouted out or you've been working on?
It's something I've been working on. You know, Coach Lenz, Nick Lenz right there, you know, he's a legend in MMA. And Delano, we've been talking about, you know, giving our enemy an option out. They're gonna make him quit. And Coach has been working with me 2-3 days a week. Delano's tapped me with it many times. So it's time to, you know, put it to use. And Delano gave me a great adjustment mid-round and said, pull him off the cage if I want to finish it. And that's what we did. They told me to get right back to it, be in his face. Of course, I like knockouts, but getting submissions are cool too.
A finish is what you needed. A finish is what you got. Go back, watch the rest of these fights. Maybe we'll be talking about playoffs at the end of the night. Impa Kasanganay, ladies and gentlemen. All right, still to come, featherweight action. Chris Wade has been chasing a championship since season 1. So far, the belt and $1 million prize have eluded him, but he insists it's not a matter of if, but when he will take home PFL gold.
And the stakes are high. This is the fight sport. I don't feel sorry for myself. I'm not in a sport that I can pass blame to other people and whatnot. I've been doing this for a long time. I've been fighting professionally since I'm 23 or 24 years old. I've had a nice long run of high level competing. I wish I won $1 million that first season. I really think that that's gonna always sit in the back of my head, that split decision with Schultz. And then in 2021, letting it slip through.
Khaybulaev pressures his way to a featherweight championship.
And the distraught Chris Wade.
The beauty of it is it's not over. We're still sitting and it's in front of me, and I still get to write the future for myself.
The big stop by Wade. Chris Wade with the high kick and the right hand, and there's the finish.
I'm an intelligent guy. I got other things that I can do in my life. This is my passion. I love to do this. I'm a competitor. I'm an athlete. And I know that, you know, it wasn't supposed to be easy for me, but that it's somehow, some way it's gonna happen. Instead of just winning once, I'm gonna be able to write something about this because of how tough it was and how many ups and downs there were. And it's just making for a better ending.
It's a dream come true for me, it really is, starting in the showcase bouts.
Up and down, Waggy goes.
Fighting Movlid in the semis, losing.
Return by Khaybulaev.
In the final few seconds, oh!
Coming back, going for it again.
Loughnane may be 10 seconds away from a championship.
And then to finally get it in the end, dream come true.
He lands a knee and that's it! Brendan Loughnane, 2022 PFL Featherweight Champion!
But the story's not written. I'm here again. Legacy time now, and it's time to get it again.
Brendan Loughnane is on a tear right now. There are no fighters on the roster or anywhere in the world that are more willing to put in the work than Brendan Loughnane. He works harder than anybody.
Both legs are in big trouble here for Marlon Moraes. Stall. Loughnane kicks the legs out from under. And Loughlane's gonna make him stand back up. 20 seconds remain.
Brendan Loughnane won't be happy unless he's completely dominant in the smart cage. He has the confidence from 2022 with the intensity to do it all over again.
That just chopped his leg off.
I believe now the best is yet to come from Brendan Loughnane, I really do. I am coming back for my belt. I am already the champion.
Welcome back to Atlanta, PFL fight fans. Regular season action at Overtime Elite Arena. Featherweights and light heavyweights taking center stage tonight. That's Brendan Loughnane, 2022 champion. He'll take on Jesus Pinedo in our main event. And Movlid Khaybulaev, the 2021 featherweight champ. He's back to face Tyler Diamond in a co-main. Speaking of Brendan Loughnane, he was plagued by injury, yet fought his way through it to a 2022 title. Now this year, he comes in healthy and ready to show yet another level to his mixed martial arts game. Brendan Loughnane, PFL champion! Big right hand for Brendan Loughnane, and a bit of a wobble from Usman. Oh, another right hand by Loughnane!
I feel like I've leveled up again, and I'm looking forward to proving it.
Good combo from Brendan.
Oh, big right hand. That hurt him.
Loughnane, 2022 PFL champion.
You're actually looking at 100% Brendan now. How scary is that?
Loughnane kicks the legs out from under. Oh, that just chopped his leg off.
I'm looking forward to showing the world how great I am this year again.
Brendan Loughnane back in the main event tonight. Let's talk about his last performance. I'm not talking about last year when he won the belt. I'm talking about the efficient and brutal way in which he dispatched Marlon Moraes.
Yeah, Moraes is one of the best strikers in the world in that division, and Loughnane showed he was at a completely different level, has so many tools, and Moraes said himself, I did not expect him to attack my legs the way that he did. He said, I learned a lot from that fight, and again, Moraes, extremely experienced, very fast, but Loughnane just too much, and he's building off of that confidence that he earned from last year.
And Randy, his opponent tonight, Jesus Pinedo, when we talked to him in the fighter meetings, he said, I know Brendan Loughnane is going to try and kick my legs out from under me. I'm not going to let him do it. Easier said than done.
Absolutely easier said than done. And here's a guy who's got nothing to lose. He feels like he did enough in his first one against Braga to win and he didn't get the nod. So he's literally got nothing to lose. He wants to back Brendan Loughnane up, keep the pressure on him, and test Brendan Loughnane's gas tank. No easy task, but we'll see him do it. I think he can come out and get aggressive for sure.
For a little more on this matchup, let's welcome the fourth man on the broadcast team tonight, Dan Hardy. How do you see the main event playing out?
You know, it's a fascinating one. Of course, we know what Brendan Loughnane's all about. It's all about decimating that lead leg, forcing his opponent to switch his stance. And you can see the target that he's aiming for. We're right here, right at the back of the knee. You're going to see as Brendan hits this, it's gonna really damage this leg. It doesn't really matter which side you're standing, left leg or right leg. You can see Brendan's hitting right at the side of the knee, right at that calf kick, and you can just tell it takes the integrity, the strength away of that leg of Marlon Moraes, and he's just not able to get back to his feet.
And we talked to Marlon about that, and Marlon said, I could not stand up. My leg was dead. So that's what Jesus Pinedo potentially has to look forward to in the main event tonight. And remember, Brendan Loughnane is alone at the top of the featherweight standings, at least for now. Let's talk about the co-main, because Movlid Khaybulaev has yet to lose in the PFL Smart Cage. He is still undefeated. He's got a belt at home. He says that this division still belongs to him. He's also got one of the best highlight reels in the sport to bring in against Tyler Diamond.
Movlid Killer Khaybulaev!
Again, Harrison hurt.
No answer from Brendan Loughnane on the bottom.
Oh, huge knee!
Dropped him with the flying knee.
Flying knee and a hook from Movlid, stunned Palmer temporarily.
He's getting close to a TKO here, guys. He's hurting Stojadinovic big time.
They call him the killer for a reason, and to be from the gym he's from and from the place he's from, and they call you the killer, that really means something. Movlid Khaybulaev, Randy, has the wrestling. He's got the best striking of all those great Dagestani wrestlers. Is he on his way to another title?
Well, he had a year off. He said he had some ring rust. He got that out in his first season outing. Feels like he's firing at 100%, and he feels like this division is his. This guy's striking and footwork is amazing. He's long, he's rangy, he's got great submissions. Obviously, we've seen the flying knees, used that several times. Obviously, the Damon Jackson fastest knockout in the history of the PFL. This guy is very, very well-rounded. All the wrestling things that we expect from those Dagestanis.
What do you need if you're going to beat a guy like Movlid Khaybulaev?
Man, you need a lot, but I think Tyler Diamond is in a position where he definitely has some of those things that are going to be essential to him being able to beat someone like a Movlid Khaybulaev. First of all, he's got a world-class team in Team Alpha Male. Also comes from that wrestling background. If you want to be able to stop Khaybulaev, you better have some wrestling skills. So defensively, he's going to have to be on point. You also can't be intimidated or afraid to go against someone with an undefeated record with that set of skills. And he's coming into this fight extremely confident. He's ready to rock, and we've seen his chin, his determination, his conditioning in that Smart Cage.
All right, so Brendan Loughnane and Movlid Khaybulaev are both coming off of wins. They're in a relatively comfortable position in the playoff standings for now. Nothing guaranteed before the end of tonight, but both guys feeling pretty good about their playoff futures and the pursuit of a 2023 championship. I want to talk about another perennial contender, a guy who's been part of this organization since season 1. He was a lightweight, then he made the transition to featherweight, and Chris Wade is still chasing a championship. Now it is truly win or go home for Chris Wade. It is do or die. He's got 0 points. So does Ryoji Kudo. And this featherweight bout is brought to you by Celsius. For more on the bout and how we should be betting it, we go to our experts, Jonathan Coachman, Ian Parker.
Sean, there's an old saying, not for the faint of heart. And when you've hit your first 2 legs of a parlay, which we have done if you were on the pre-show, then you all knew that, and we are ready for the third and final leg. But, Ian, when you got guys that need points, your third leg, it's going to be very, very, very fun to watch. Talk to me.
It might get a little sweaty, Coach. You know, you got someone in Chris Wade who's going to come out. He's going to try and, I'm going to assume, go for the knockout. You got a guy in Ryoji Kudo who is very tough, very durable. He's got power in his hands. But at the end of the day, Chris Wade still wants to win. Where the advantage is in the wrestling. I think this goes over 2.5 rounds. Despite the urgency, despite needing the points, I see that fight going this way. I think Wade is going to make this a grapple fest in which he will win.
All right, so if it goes over 2.5, we cash a 3-leg parlay. Still another one to come on the main card later tonight. We're rolling already, Sean. Let's get to it.
Thanks, Coach. Thanks, Ian. Here's another look at one of our featherweight challengers. Marlon Moraes, sitting there in the Air Force Reserve prep point. One half of the feature bout here on our ESPN Plus early card. He'll take on Gabriel Braga, rising prospect from Brazil, who is still undefeated as a young mixed martial artist. Chris Wade, Ryoji Kudo, 3 5-minute rounds at 145 pounds for their playoff futures. And if we're being honest, potentially for the future of Chris Wade's career.
Making his way to the PFL Smart Cage, fighting out of the blue corner, Ryoji Kudo.
Ryoji Kudo, 2022 PFL semifinalist from Tokyo, Japan. 7 knockouts in his career. We have seen the flashes of his power here inside of the Smart Cage. Dropped Brendan Lochnane. Came within a hair's breadth of finishing the 2022 champion. He will be chasing a finish and the points that go with it here.
And fighting out of the red corner, Chris Wade.
Chris Wade, it just doesn't tell the story when you say 2021 PFL runner-up. He has been battling his way toward a PFL championship for this now the 5th straight season. He's a 4-time semifinalist and proud representative of Long Island, New York. Can he give you the keys to victory here for this featherweight contest?
You got it, man. For Chris Wade, he's got to be aggressive. He needs these points, needs an early stoppage here. Also needs to be good with his positional control so we can get that submission as well. And for Ryoji Kudo, he needs to stop the takedown and be sharp with his counter striking.
Here's our tail of the tape brought to you by Celsius. Chris Wade, 35 years of age. Ryoji Kudo is 30. Wade is the taller fighter at 5'10". Reach advantage on the arms, though, favors Ryoji Kudo. Chris Wade with the longer legs. Andy Shepard, if you will.
The following fight takes place in the featherweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. He is a wrestling specialist and stands 5 feet 7 inches tall. He weighed in officially at 145.5 pounds. In 17 professional MMA bouts, he has earned a record of 11 victories, 5 defeats, and a single draw. Fighting out of Tokyo, Japan, Ryoji Kudo! And his opponent, fighting out of the red corner. He is also a wrestling specialist. He stands 5 feet 10 inches tall and weighed in officially at 145.5 pounds. Across 31 professional fights, has amassed an impressive record of 22 wins and 9 losses. Fighting out of Islip, New York, Chris Wade! Your referee in charge, Kevin McDonald.
Kevin McDonald equipped with the ref cam, Chris Wade in the green trunks, Ryoji Kudo in the black and gray. And a reminder that Brendan Lochnane is the only one with the finish, which means
you ready, fight?
Here in the first round, not only spot in the playoff, but potentially top spot in the seed is available. Wade comes with his customary aggression across the smart cage, pushes Kudo right up against the barrier.
Yeah, aggressively looking for that clinch. Ryoji Kudo able to get that front headlock though a little bit. Oh.
Big right hand for Kudo. Excellent shots on the inside. He has devastating hooks. We've seen them in action before. Kudo doing a good job so far here against an aggressive Chris Wade.
Very aggressive Chris Wade, almost to the point of being a little bit reckless.
A furious pace here early as Wade is trying to get this to the mat.
Yeah, I think that's definitely going to be the easiest path to victory, but Kudo isn't having it. Man, look at that sprawl, Randy.
I think there's a little blood. Excuse me, Randy. I think there might be a little blood coming from the forehead of Chris Wade after that shot.
Yep, there is.
Kudo back to his feet. Wade in tough behind his jab. Bubba Jenkins likes what he's seeing. The bad man will be featured later tonight. He's coming off a decision victory in his first regular season bout.
Kudo able to get those double underhooks to keep Chris Wade on the outside. Now just one underhook, but it's Chris who has this back to the cage.
Kudo's got some experience in both wrestling and judo from the age of 8 to 15.
Yeah, definitely showing a good base here so far.
Get that shoulder on his armpit.
Look inside of Chris Wade's corner, Ryan the Flair, Andre Harrison, a PFL vet.
Trip right there.
You can scoop it.
Longtime training partners of Chris Wade.
Scoop his right leg.
Inside.
Pull him off a little bit, then go. You can scoop with your legs, Chris. Pull him off a little bit, then go.
Nice job by Kudo to pummel that left arm in there to get an underhook, but Chris Wade doesn't have a good head and arm throw.
Those short strikes on the inside. Excellent stuff there from Kudo.
Naturally heavy hands by Ryoji Kudo. We've seen it before. Knocked down Brendan Lochnane in last year's season in the season opener.
Beautiful
Wizard whip over by Chris Wade, countered by Ryoji Kudo.
Oh, he could wrench that shoulder or elbow there too.
A lot of pressure on that right arm of Ryoji Kudo, but he's able to step away from the control of Chris Wade, who stays glued to him, trying to avoid that power.
Brutal pace in this fight in the first round. Holy cow.
But I mean, this is exactly what both Wade and Kudo need. They need a stoppage here early.
They need some urgency if they want to get into this hunt at all.
Kudo with the knee.
Dirty boxing from Wade, hanging on the collar tie.
Good sprawl here from Kudo, whose cage wrestling has been markedly improved since his last outing.
Yeah, no question about it. He's been on point with his overhooks, underhooks, and his sprawls.
And now here comes Kudo swinging heavy. Overstepped though, and now Wade goes chest to chest again. Got that big body lock. Chris Wade dragging Ryoji Kudo back down to the mat for now.
Amazing sense of urgency from both these men. Now a front headlock there from Chris Wade. Let's see if he can get a front choke. He's got it
choke. He's got it tight.
It's very
elbows
tight.
high.
He's
got it very tight.
Trouble here.
Still with us?
Chris Wade squeezed out.
He's out. Choked him unconscious.
6 points for Chris Wade. He keeps the playoff hopes alive. What a performance. Chris Wade, very well known for his front chokes, and he gets it done in the form of a high elbow guillotine. Once you lock that in, Sean, it is almost impossible to get out.
Whether Kudo wanted to tap or not is academic at this point because he was out very, very quickly. And Chris Wade coming back after taking a big shot early and sticking with the game plan. That is why he is a 4-time semifinalist in 4 seasons with the PFL.
What's so interesting is, we saw Lochnane experience a lot of adversity early on last year, in a different way, was able to get to the final. Perhaps this is what Chris Wade needs to put himself back on track and get him back into the playoffs and eventually into the finals to seek out that championship that he has been looking for so long.
When the chips are down, Chris Wade rises to the occasion every single time. We've seen it. This is the 5th year in a row we've watched him do this.
Wow.
And we still have to watch Chris Wade sit and sweat it out because even that 6-point finish does not guarantee him a spot in the playoffs. But what he's done here is he's kept his $1 million pursuit, the chase for his first ever PFL championship. He has kept those hopes alive, and he's put pressure on the guys still to come, including the bad man, Bubba Jenkins.
Bubba's impressed.
Cageonomics Stats Bundle presented by Geico. You can see Ryoji Kudo outlanded Chris Wade. He outthrew Chris Wade in this fight. Wade was able to get this fight to the ground, grab that high elbow guillotine, and separate Ryoji Kudo from his consciousness.
All right, here's Chris Wade coming out very aggressive here in the round. Look at those short hooks there from Ryoji Kudo. Excellent head position there. Man, was his takedown defense on point. And here's that takedown from Chris Wade, but it was Kudo who was able to stay on his knees. Wade was wrenching on that elbow and shoulder. Both men in some crazy exchanges and transitions. And here was that front headlock that eventually turned into that high elbow guillotine. There it is, slides in that wrist. You see that fist in front of that right shoulder of Kudo, gets right on top. Kudo so tough. And that was locked in, guys. I mean, he was not gonna tap, he was fighting to get out of it. Chris Wade was holding on for dear life, and man, what a submission. I'm still trying to shake out the chills in my body.
Well, the way that Chris Wade's hips and legs were involved here until Kudo rolled over onto his back, I mean, that is just
It looked like he might get an escape, but that far side leg of Chris Wade was locked in and bind in, wouldn't allow him to get his hips out and alleviate the pressure off his neck.
Exactly, followed him up beautifully.
Andy Shepard is inside the smart cage to make this one official.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Kevin McDonald's called a halt to the action. 4 minutes and 15 seconds of round number 1. Declaring your winner via technical submission with a guillotine choke, Chris Wade!
All right, let's check out the featherweight standings. Chris Wade making things very interesting here. Now in the #1 spot with 6 points. Still much more to come. But man, getting that submission win in round 1 was exactly what he needed. What a battle. And Sean O'Connell is in the smart cage with our winner. Sean.
All right, thank you, Kenny Florin. Here I am with the winner, Chris Wade. First round submission victory, and you had to overcome some adversity. You landed the head kick, he stumbled back, and then he cracked you with the right hand. Were you in trouble there?
Which one? Everything he hit me with was like lightning, and he hits hard. That guy's got heavy hands, man. I heard him breathing heavy, and I was like, he's getting tired. I know I could get to him. So I just kept pushing.
Well, you did keep pushing, literally and figuratively. You're pushing him against the cage, you're continuing to stay aggressive, and you grab that front headlock and then the high elbow guillotine. As soon as that thing sunk in, did you know it was over?
It's been a long time since I choked somebody unconscious in here, but I know that if I could get under anybody's neck, it could be the end of the night. So when that one went in, yeah, I had a feeling I was going to get that done.
First round finish means 6 points, and for now, there's the Dan Hardy reaction, the Kenny Florid reaction. For now, Chris, top of the standings. The $1 million dream stays alive. The championship dream stays alive. Now you got to go sit and sweat it out backstage. How you feeling?
Yeah, listen, my family came out to support me. My daughter's here. I was not going to give up. We're in first for now. I'm a changed man. Respect to all these guys in the division, Brendan, the champ. But I put a little pressure on them. So now let's see them go to work.
6 points, a first round finish, and playoff hope still alive for Chris Wade. There's Dan the Dragon Spohn putting the final touches on a warm-up with the legendary Mark Coleman. I've shared the smart cage with that guy, Dan Spohn, all the way back in 2018. Now he's got one opportunity. Ty Flores put some pressure on himself. He won his last time out, but he missed weight this week. Ty Flores with a decision victory over Monte back in April. 3 points, now drops down to 2, but he can still earn a spot in the playoffs. We'll find out whose hopes stay alive when we come back to PFL MMA.
No one has ever been in his position. No one has ever been in his position. Heavyweight champ walks away.
We don't know the end result. He could sign tomorrow for the most money anybody's ever signed for in fighting history.
Francis Ngannou is the lineal heavyweight champion of the world. And so we'll see what he does.
I chose the PFL out of everyone in order to change the game of MMA. For whoever feel ready, I'm the baddest mother on the planet. I'll be fighting in the pay-per-view super fight division. It has always been my goal to control my own destiny. When somebody feels respect, you get the best out of the best. The reason why I signed with the PFL is because of they are willing to develop the sport. Most importantly, in Africa, I stand for my people, for my community, I fight for them, and to get something like this to bring back home is like a huge accomplishment. Along with the PFL, now that I'm in the position to speak, to fight for those who doesn't have a voice, because at the end of the day, it's fighter first. Fighter is the one doing the sport. At the end of every accomplishment, there's another challenge. That's how you build your own legacy.
Welcome back, PFL fight fans, to Atlanta, Georgia. Dan Hardy is going to walk us through a replay here.
That was such a cool submission. So you can see Chris Wade right now. Hold it here, right, guys? He's driving in from this back foot. You can see that drive. You can see the canvas pinching under his foot. He's driving so hard. But what he's going to do is he's going to circle around to this side, and then he's going to go over the head of Ryoji Kudo. Now the key is this left arm here. Freeze there, guys. The key is this left arm here, because that's stopping Ryoji Kudo fighting this hand. Now that hand right there underneath it, you can see that's Chris Wade's hand. You can see how deep that is. He gets his hands together, and you can see the hands are on top of the shoulder of Ryoji Kudo. There's nothing he can do to fight those hands. Chris Wade doesn't even have the lower body of Ryoji Kudo controlled. He's just hooking. He's got this hook in the leg here. A beautiful wrap around the neck as well. Such pressure going into the neck. It was seconds before Ryoji Kudo was asleep. What a beautiful submission by Chris Wade.
Chris Wade keeps the $1 million dream alive. I mean, this was truly do or die for Chris, who at 35 years of age has expressed that if things don't keep going well, who knows what's going to happen with his career. That's a question for another day, because Chris Wade right now is in the playoff picture here in our 5th PFL season. His 5th PFL season as well. All right, a special guest has joined us beside the Smart Cage here in Atlanta, Georgia. That's Randy Couture. He's special enough. Kenny Florian's pretty cool. I'm Sean O'Connell. But the Bronze Bomber, Deontay Wilder, hanging out. Welcome to the show. How are you, sir?
Blessing. Thank you for having me.
You know, there's a lot of people in this building who we fancy knockout artists, some of these mixed martial artists. Nobody, though, who has 40-plus knockouts. The real knockout artist is standing right next to me. Tell me what's next for you.
We got a lot of great things coming up. You know, it's been a bit of a dilemma of what path to take and what is available and what is not. And, you know, it's so many different things in the fight game. You know, this business is, I always say, is one of the most difficult business around, the fight business, because it's unstructured. You know what I mean? It's so many different directions that can go with business as well. But we narrowing down, and people should see me back in maybe August, no later than September.
Okay, I know you have options. But let me give you another one, because you're talking about how unstructured that boxing world is.
Bring them to me.
Here in the PFL.
Come on now, I know what you...
In the only league format in the sport of mixed martial arts, you know your schedule for the year.
Yeah.
We need some fresh heavyweight talent. You know, you got the reach advantage on a lot of these guys. When can we see Deontay Wilder maybe making a crossover in mixed martial arts?
I mean, that's a good question. You know, I've thought about this many times. Even with Ngannou, you know, we was talking about getting together. I even offered, you know, you always see the MMA guys crossing over, but you never see the fighters, the boxers crossing over. So I said, you know, I wanted to make it more interesting for the fans and just the whole comeback family as in a whole, you know. I said, well, how about you come to my backyard, and after we handle business, I can come to yours and cross over. And I really meant it, you know. So things are still up in the air, but, you know, I have seen myself on this side of the field. You know, people will be very impressed of what I can do and my abilities.
You work on your ground game. I got a place for you.
I got
a place for you.
I just shuddered a little bit thinking about this guy punching someone with 4 rounds gloves on.
Goodness.
I mean, that's ridiculous.
Oh.
So, you know, how long have you been watching mixed martial arts, and do you appreciate kind of what these guys do? It's obviously a little different than boxing, right?
Almost, it's different, but it's combat. You know what I mean? That's why I say the comeback family. And you have to respect it no matter what it is, because we're all risking our lives for others' entertainment, no matter what it is. The head is not meant to be hit. The body is not meant to be punished and beat down on. So every man, whether it's the octagon, wherever the shape of the battlefield may be, it demands respect, you know, of everybody. So when I look at, I've been keeping up for a while. You know, even in the gym, we have a couple of guys that have went to that does MMA and different little things like that. And
so you mixed it up with those guys at all?
Almost definitely. I've mixed it up with them many times before, and they've all been impressed, because all my life it's like I've always had a small frame, but I'm always that big surprise. Like, we didn't think he was this strong or he can do such things. And, you know, even tugging with the big heavyweight guys, you know, they never seen. One guy I picked up off the ground and boom, he was like maybe 230, 240. And he was like, oh my God, who is this guy?
Listen, I'm sold already. He's willing. I know Francis Ngannou, newly signed with the PFL, is willing. Randy's going to put up the money. Kenny's going to...
Thanks, Sean.
Kenny's going to put up the rest of it.
Sure.
We need to make this happen. We'll do one in boxing. We'll do one in the smart cage. Everybody wins.
Yes,
Deontay Wilder,
yes.
thank you for being here.
Blessing.
We appreciate
Yes,
you.
indeed.
The Bronze Bomber is here in Atlanta, watching the action inside the PFL Smart Cage. Maybe someday, if we're lucky, stepping into the PFL Smart Cage. Stay tuned for all of it. We have some more light heavyweight action we have to get to right now because there are playoff spots still up for grabs. Ty Flores, he missed weight, so he's down a point. Can he get a finish over Dan Spohn? We find out next. Socios.com allows you to be more than a fan. The official fan token of the PFL gives you voting rights and opportunities for exclusive rewards and once-in-a-lifetime experiences. Become a PFL token fan holder today by downloading the Socios.com US app. Light heavyweight standings so far. Martin Hamlet, 6 points. Josh Silveira, 6 points. Those are from their first regular season bouts. Kasanganay in the smart cage earlier tonight earned 5 points with his own submission victory. Ty Flores, 3 points from his fight in Vegas. Andrew Sanchez with a decision victory earlier this evening. He has earned 3 points. Right now he's on the outside looking in. Ty Flores missed weight earlier this week. Yesterday he missed weight by a significant margin, which means in the league standings, when this fight starts, he loses a point. So that 3 points is actually 2 points for Ty Flores, but he is still eligible to earn points in the standings. He'll need to guarantee himself a spot in the playoffs. He'll need a first round finish or a second round finish. And I can tell you that finishing Dan Spohn is easier said than done. This light heavyweight regular season bout is brought to you by Long John Silver. Ty Flores and Dan Spohn, 3 5-minute rounds for their playoff hopes.
Fighting out of the blue corner, Dan Spohn.
Dan the Dragon Spohn, veteran here in the PFL. We fought back in 2018 in the playoffs. 12 of his wins have come via finish. Pretty well balanced, 7 knockouts, 5 submissions as well. Dangerous everywhere. Fighting out of Columbus, Ohio. And you could see that is a bulky and big Dan Spohn.
And fighting out of the red corner, Ty Flores.
(12-4). Ty Flores has 5 finishes. Goes by the nickname Big Medicine. He's from St. Louis, Missouri. He's an outdoorsman. In fact, he's such an outdoorsman, Kenny, that he was just like, we're in the playoffs. When's the championship going to be? I don't want to miss the elk hunt.
That's awesome. All right, let's check out the keys to victory here for this fight. For Tai Flores, it's going to be about the takedowns and his conditioning. And for Dan Spohn, he's got to stay off of his back and utilize his footwork to avoid that pressure from Flores.
Taylor tape brought to you by Long John Silver's. Dan Spohn is a veteran of the sport, 38 years of age. Tai Flores still yet to see 30. Dan Spohn is 6'4", he's 2 inches taller than Flores. You can see there, Tai Flores weighed in 5 pounds over the light heavyweight limit. He missed weight and he missed it by a significant margin. Spohn still took this fight because he wants an opportunity to earn points in a playoff spot. Reach advantage on the arms and legs, favoring the Greg. Andy Shepard, get him started.
The following fight takes place in the light heavyweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. He is a striking specialist and stands 6 feet 4 inches tall. He weighed in officially at 206 pounds. He holds a professional record of 19 victories, 8 losses, and a single draw. Fighting out of Columbus, Ohio, Dragon Spohn!
Go, baby. Let's go, Spohn. Go, Spohn. Wake up, lady. Let's go, baby. You first.
And his opponent, fighting out of the red corner. He is an MMA specialist and stands 6 feet 2 inches tall. He weighed in officially at 211 1/4 pounds. His professional record is 12 wins and 4 defeats. Fighting out of St. Louis, Missouri, Big Medicine, Tai Flores! Your referee in charge, Keith Peterson.
There's Keith Peterson with the ref cam. Tai Flores in the gold trunks. Dan Spohn in the gray.
Sir, you ready? Sir, you ready? Fight!
Typical southpaw stance for Dan Spohn. Inside leg kick, compromising the balance there of Flores. There's another.
You know, we've seen the outside calf kick, and this is a kick to the inside of the leg, just on the other side of the calf. That's starting to come into fashion here a little bit. It's absolutely brutal, and Flores returns with one.
Spohn searches with a hook there, missed with the straight left after.
There you go, Spohn.
Knocks the mouthpiece out of Tai Flores. Randy, the missed weight, what does it actually mean in a fight like this?
Well, I mean, it certainly raises some questions. He's had a full camp, so how does he let that happen, honestly? Is there something else going on? Has he been ill? Has he been injured? Something that's kept him out since his last fight that caused him to be 5 pounds overweight?
Flores now in on a takedown attempt. He does have the hands locked against the cage. Up and down, puts Dan Spohn on his back. Spohn not paying attention to Kenny's keys to victory.
Yeah, I mean, this is what Tai Flores does. He does a good job of getting you worried about his strikes, changes his level, gets in on that double up against the cage, and has good head position here as well.
Thanks, Spohn. Protect yourself here. Let's go. Posture. Push it away. Hey, we're getting away from the leg, Spohn. Let me down right here.
Spohn will need a finish to keep his playoff hopes alive. Tai Flores can only guarantee himself a spot in the playoffs with a first or second round finish.
Spohn trying to get a chance to wall walk there and get his back on that cage, find some elevation and get back to his feet. He's got to unlock his guard, unclose that guard, get his feet into this fight, create some space, try to create a scramble and get back up.
Yeah, Flores doing a good job of pulling the hips of Dan Spohn away from the cage there, has good head position as well, which really prevents Dan Spohn from sitting up.
Spohn was trying to crank that left shoulder of Tai Flores there for a minute. He had his own hands locked. As we look through ref cam.
We can score in the bottom too, Spohn. Sneak some punches in. Let's go. Hey, keep improving your position, Ty. He's got nothing.
Josh Silveira. We'll see him later tonight on ESPN. Simulcast right here on ESPN Plus. Currently one of 2 light heavyweights with 6 points in the playoff standings.
Let's go, buddy. We gotta win this round. We gotta steal this round, Spohn.
Flores now going to work with some ground and pound here.
He's doing a good job of posturing, keeping his head over the hips and chest of Dan Spohn, landing good shots. He's staying busy. He's taking away a lot of the offense of Dan Spohn while he's doing it. Now trying to move into half guard. And this is a terrible place to be. You got your head and neck pressed up against the cage.
Hey, he's got no answer. Just pass him out. Let's see what happens. Come on, Spohn.
The corner, Flores calling for him to pass the mount. Spohn trying to lock down that left leg of Ty Flores to prevent him from advancing.
Spohn needs that right underhook and circle towards that right underhook. He might be able to get some elevation, get up on his left elbow, create a little elevation, and try and find a way up.
But Dan Spohn has that lockdown, which is preventing Ty Flores from slipping through that half guard.
Spohn has his right arm underneath, but he needs to underhook it. Instead, he gets it trapped under Flores' body. And now Flores locks his hands again.
You hit him. You got a punch, Spohn.
Now this is where Dan Spohn needs to get his back up against the cage and start cage walking up to his feet here.
He's got a little elevation. Unhook his feet, pull that inside leg out, get to his corner position, get to his hands and knees, and hopefully get a chance to stand up.
Final 10 seconds of round number 1. Ty Flores settling into work here in the half guard of Dan Spohn. Our second frame when we return on ESPN Plus. Welcome back to Atlanta, Georgia. Regular season action in the light heavyweight division. That's Dan Spohn. In the corner between round 1 and 2, there's Ty Flores. Strong round 1 for Flores. I'm Sean O'Connell, joined cage side by Randy Couture and Kenny Florian. Dan Hardy is here to do some telestration for us if we decide it's necessary. Heading into round number 2. Spohn there. Will come out in the southpaw stance.
Sir, you ready? Sir, you ready? Fight.
Flores was able to get Spohn to the ground and work from the top in round number 1, but Flores does need a finish here in the second frame to guarantee himself a playoff spot. Diving in again here, pursuing this takedown.
Flores trying to lock his hands. Doesn't matter. Gets the takedown anyway. Dan Spohn in on a Kimura. Really can't do anything from that position, though.
See if he can use it to sweep, or if he'll just let it go.
It'd be very difficult to do anything there with the cage in the way.
Keep going. Stack your head over his head. Your shoulder over his shoulder. There you go. You're almost down. Ready?
Dan Spohn trying to pull that arm out and away from the body of Ty Flores. Flores able to get his arm back. Now gets good head position. Trying to get that right arm going for some hooks.
Spohn trying to peek out here. Flores going to work with the right hand. Spohn did take this fight on relatively short notice, so gas take might be a question here.
Give him a reason to grab your hook and scoop. Where's that arm triangle? Work for it. Work for that arm triangle. Let's go. Gotta want it, buddy. Open the door.
Ty Flores is just relentless. I mean, really a pest here from this top position. Has excellent head position. Not really allowing Dan Spohn to get a lot of space at all. Just unable to pass this half guard as of right now. Dan Spohn trying to control the end of that lever of that left leg of Flores. Flores has an opportunity to climb through that half guard right now. There he goes.
On regrips the leg, see if he can get this right arm under for the underhook, and he gets it underneath the body, reaching for the far leg.
Flores has got it trapped. He's trying for the Darce choke down.
Marlon Hamlet watching from backstage. He's currently atop the light heavyweight standings. We'll see him later tonight.
Push him away. Hey, keep tight, head low. Keep tight, head low.
Arm triangle attempt here, no. Spohn gets his arm back.
Ty Flores with another good opportunity here to slip that left leg out of that half guard and potentially into side control or mount.
Smothering pressure here from Ty Flores on top.
Come on, Spohn, you gotta try something. Take a chance. Gotta take a chance, Spohn. Prioritize putting that leg time. Prioritize putting that leg.
Flores almost slipped in a mount now with that front headlock. Dan Spohn getting to his knees here. See if he can get back to his feet.
Flores looking for anaconda possibly on this near side. Changes it up. Cow catcher now.
Knee to the body there. Another one.
Spohn's got to protect his neck here if he decides to try and stand up.
And that's what Flores is doing. He's trying to get him to move a little bit so he can get underneath the chin. He's got underneath the chin. He's not able to get that high elbow guillotine just yet, though.
Back down to the legs. Flores relentless with the wrestling pressure here. Spohn again trying to grab this Kimura grip.
Sorry.
You saw the apologetic gesture there from Dan Spohn. He was about to throw that downward elbow. Elbow's not legal here in the PFL.
Yeah, Dan just hasn't been able to counter those wrestling attempts by Flores up against the cage. It seems like he's trying to go for things like guillotines and kimuras, and that's allowing for the connection of Flores to get that much stronger and secure those takedowns.
Keep fighting, Spohn. Just keep fighting. Push his head away hard. Hit it. Pause the time. Let's go. 30 seconds. 30 seconds. Elbows up. Elbows up. Fist down. Let's go.
Hammer fist there from Flores. Spent the entire round on top here. Final 10 seconds. Martin Hamlet looking on. When these final seconds tick off, both Martin Hamlet and Josh Silveira will have clinched a playoff spot. And with round 2 officially in the books, Hamlet and Silveira are now guaranteed playoff spots. Round 3 when we return. Welcome back to Overtime Elite Arena. Sean O'Connell, Kenny Florian, Randy Couture. There's Martin Hamlet, currently atop the standings. And because Ty Flores and Dan Spohn are now entering the 3rd round, Martin Hamlet can be no lower than 4th place in the playoff standings. He has clinched a playoff spot. You saw the smile there. I guess he's probably aware of it. I don't know that knowledge is even a good thing on Fight Night, Randy.
Yeah, it's hard to say if that's going to affect his ability to go out and perform and do exactly what he needs to do tonight.
Oh, Spohn here with a flurry. Oh, what a knee! Sidestep the pressure there from Flores.
Flores trying to find his way back into that double leg. Spohn not having it.
Spohn giving himself an opportunity here. Flores catches the knee, spinning back fist. Spohn continues to pour on the strikes.
Man, Dan Spohn found new life here in round 3. Really bringing the pressure here to Ty Flores.
He's got Flores in a little bit of trouble. Got to be careful not to punch himself out. Stay out of these clinches. That's what Ty
Circle
Flores
off the
wants.
fence. Got to circle off that fence.
Spohn now trying to grab the neck of Ty Flores. Flores, though, this is exactly where he wants to be. Heavy pressure, trying to lock his hands.
I imagine Impa Kasanganay a big Dan Spohn fan right now. Man, Flores trying to get that takedown, and finally that Kimura actually worked in as a counter here.
Well, it worked because he did not let Ty Flores clasp his hands behind his hips.
And pull those hips out and drop it.
And this is where Dan should really kind of separate if he can. Just make Flores work and chase him a little bit more.
Spohn does have
big uppercut.
Beautiful work here in the clinch by Spohn, but he is the longer, taller fighter. And Flores remains relentless, pursuing this takedown. Mark Holman watching in the corner. Up and down, and Spohn on his back again.
Yeah, you like to see him pursue that finish there from the clinch, but I think he should have created a little bit more space, getting to the center of the cage, because this is where Flores does his best work, man.
Butterflies. Now Ty Flores settling into the guard.
Keep working.
Dan trying to turn and get back to his feet there, posting on his elbow so far, but Flores trying to take that posting arm away from him.
He's going to get to quarter position, get to his knees, and hopefully use that fence. There's a whizzer. Should be able to use that whizzer as leverage to pull himself up that fence and get back to his feet. Flores changing directions, pulling his hips out from under him.
Yeah, Dan needs to stay heavy on that overhook. Now he lets it go.
Spohn trying to get that right shoulder tucked in so he can turn and face when he stands up. He's got to get to his feet.
Yeah, exactly. He's got to get that right underhook if he can turn and face. He has an opportunity. He's just waiting a little bit too much, I think, Randy.
Allowing Ty Flores to stack his weight back on top of him and take Spohn's hips out of play.
There's the underhook. Jinx, you owe me a root beer.
And then loses it there.
90 seconds for Dan Spohn to see if he can work his way back to his feet. Showed flashes at the beginning of this round. I said that gas tank might be an issue on someone who took the fight on relatively short notice. He might not have the energy for another burst.
Yeah, Flores seems like he's in great control here. Now trying to move to the back. Dan Spohn's got to be careful. He's got to take away that space up against the cage so Flores can't get that second hook. This is where Dan needs to turn, get that left underhook, see if he can turn and face here. Oh, Flores now has that cross wrist there, that gift wrap, I should say.
Now hooks in. Trying to work for this rear naked choke, face crank.
Flores anchored in, got both hooks in.
Pete Peterson looking closely at the action. Spohn hanging on here.
Flores with excellent control, now trying to crank the chin.
Oh, there's a rear naked. Changes it to the short choke.
Got a bad angle for the rear naked, but
final 10 seconds.
Dan's actually turning the wrong way here.
He'll survive and hear the final bell. This one will go to the judges' scorecards. And Impa Kasanganay likes that result because the missed weight penalizes Ty Flores. Instead of having 6 points for 2 decision victories, he will have 5 points.
And Impa has a finish.
And Impa wins the tiebreaker because of the finish.
Yeah.
Dan Spohn with the flurry in round number 3 shows exactly why he got the short notice call. Here's our Cageonomics stats bundle. And you can see all the work he did in round number 3. I mean, the majority of those 43 strikes were in that flurry at the beginning of the round, but the 4 takedowns for Ty Flores are going to weigh very, very heavily in the judges' calculations here.
Here's Dan Spohn landing that kick. Then a nice 1-2 combination that knocked out the mouth guard of Ty Flores. Flores now getting that takedown up against the cage. That really was the story of this fight. Dan Spohn had his moments though. Nice right hook there by Dan Spohn. Nice flurry with that collar tie. Some excellent dirty boxing in round 3. Looked like he was maybe on the brink of getting a finish, but Ty Flores is so tough. Able to turn the tables yet again, get him right into his world, up against the cage and then against the canvas. And he was very close to a rear naked choke finish at the end of round 3. That's where that fight ended. Dan Spohn in some trouble, but showed some serious heart in round 3 to rally back a bit.
PFL's proprietary AI score gives rounds 1 and 2 to Ty Flores, round 3 with the near finish to Dan Spohn. What do our experts think about it? Who won the fights? According to AI, it was Flores, Randy, and Kenny agree with the algorithm, but the judges' scorecards are what make it official, and Andy Shepard has those inside the smart cage.
After 3 rounds of action, we go to the judges' scorecards. They scored this contest 29-28, 29-28, and 30-27. All for your winner via unanimous decision, Ty Flores!
So Ty Flores victorious here, improves to 2-0 in the PFL regular season, but the missed weight hangs heavy over his point standings. There's a look at the light heavyweight standings. For now, Martin Hamlet and Josh Silveira have clinched with their 6-point first-round finishes in Las Vegas. Impa Kasanganay is currently in 3rd place. Ty Flores in the 4th spot here. Marlon Moraes, Magic Marlon, veteran of the sport, looking to get back to his winning ways. Standing in his way, a juggernaut, undefeated so far, Gabriel Braga, one of the fastest rising prospects, and a guy who's already been busy this year. This is him and Ago Huskic in the Challenger Series. And then a split decision, his first fight against Jesus Pinedo, who's one half of our main event tonight. We'll see Braga versus Moraes next. Welcome, fight fans, to Las Vegas, Nevada, Professional Fighters League action. This is the toughest test in all of combat sports. With a 2nd-round finish. To win a championship and that $1 million prize, you got to win 4 fights in less than 8 months.
My grandfather is Muhammad Ali. Like any other fighter, I'm trying to make a name, create my own legacy.
Fighting, it takes up basically your whole life. In order to be successful at it, you better be obsessed with it.
Always had dreams and aspirations of fighting here, and now I'm coming in as a defending champion. Headlining it, man, yeah. Great.
This year, I'm after that championship, man. I get to punch this guy in the face, and they're gonna pay me a lot of money to do so.
It's a goal of mine to really show him, like, this ain't your matchup. This is my matchup.
He says something where he lives rent-free in my head. We know ain't nothing free. He lived in my head, but I made him pay that rent tonight. I'm the landlord up there.
Thank you for everything, man. I'm so sorry.
Keep your head up.
Yep.
I'm dangerous. I feel dangerous. And around those people that I love, you know, I'm a real dangerous guy, and I can't wait for next week.
Oh, man. Both legs are in big trouble here for Marlon Moraes.
That $1 million check at the end, that belt wrapped around my waist, that's the tunnel vision. I can see it. Good, but they can't come soon enough.
I have to say his heart is really great, but bro, you need more than that in PFL.
It is going down tonight. Somebody gets an opportunity to get closer to changing their family's thought process.
I want to remind you that the PFL is here at Overtime Elite Arena in Atlanta for 2 more events on ESPN and ESPN Plus, June 16th and 23rd. Second half of the regular season rolls on as fighters vie for playoff spots. The PFL, it's more than a fight, it's a season. Featherweight standings, Chris Wade with a finish in the first round earlier tonight. He choked out Ryoji Kudo in a win-or-go-home scenario. He said, I'd rather win than go home. He's got 6 points. Brendan Lochnane, 5 points from his first bout of the regular season. He'll be one half of our main event coming up later. Bubba Badman Jenkins, Movlid, Khaybulaev, and Gabriel Braga, all still to come, all holding 3 points. There's Chris Wade in the Bud Light Lounge, enjoying a cold beer, feeling good about his position for now. One more featherweight bout here on our early card, exclusively on ESPN Plus. Marlon Moraes and Gabriel Braga, brought to you by TNNS.
Fighting out of the blue corner, Gabriel Braga.
Gabriel Braga, 2023 Challenger Series alum and undefeated in his pro mixed martial arts career. He can he can clinch a playoff spot with a finish in any round. Gabriel Braga, a second-generation MMA professional, is taking full advantage of his father's previous experience in the combat sports world.
A relação do meu pai, como você mesmo falou, ele é o meu coach, não só na luta, como meu coach na vida. E é o meu guia ali das coisas certas e coisas erradas. Então, eu tenho certeza que eu tenho um pai maravilhoso e que não deixa eu errar nas coisas que ele já errou, entendeu? Então, tô seguindo o caminho certo e tô mostrando pro mundo o nosso valor.
And fighting out of the red corner, Marlon Moraes.
First time Marlon Moraes has been part of the Professional Fighters League season format, a former title challenger in the UFC. 16 of his 23 pro wins have come to a finish. 10 of those have been knockouts. Do or die for Marlon Moraes, who has 0 points heading into the second half of the regular season. This man has been everywhere in the sport of MMA. He's accomplished a great deal. He's done it all. Nothing left to prove. He's not yet ready to hang it up.
I can say right now, you know, I'm really happy with everything I accomplished with my career, but I want to focus on this fight. I want to focus on win, and then we'll see what we do, you know. I love the sport. I love to be in the gym, but we never know when is when, you know.
All right, here are the keys to victory for Marlon Moraes. He needs to diffuse that forward pressure from Gabriel Braga. And for Braga, he needs to be careful in round one. Moraes is one of the most dangerous fighters in the world early in a fight. He also needs to look to try to attack those legs and attack the body of Moraes.
Take a look at our tail of the tape here. Brought to you by TNNS. Marlon Moraes is 10 years older than Gabriel Braga. Braga is 3 inches taller. Moraes weighed in 2 pounds heavier. Reach advantage favoring Braga on both arms and the legs. Andy Shepard, to you.
The following is a featherweight fight. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. He is a striking specialist and stands 5 feet 9 inches tall. He weighed in officially at 144.5 pounds and holds a perfect record of 10 victories and not a single defeat. Fighting out of Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, Gabriel Braga! And his opponent fighting out of the red corner. He is also a striking specialist and stands 5 feet 6 inches tall. He weighed in officially at 145.5 pounds. In a career spanning 36 professional fights, he's built a record of 23 wins, 12 losses, and a single draw. Fighting out of Parkland, Florida, Magic Marlon Moraes! Your referee in charge, Blake Grice.
Back up just a hair for me. Blake Grice to oversee the action. Marlon Moraes in the green trunks, Gabriel Braga in the black and gray. Moraes needs to get a first-round finish faster than Chris Wade did to guarantee himself a playoff spot. So that's 4:14 is his magic number. Braga, a finish in any round, seizes a playoff spot for him.
Braga switching his stances quite often. Pretty silky smooth once he gets his combinations going. But I think it's smart for him to try to back up Moraes here to start this fight.
Body kick there from Marlon Moraes, snuck right under the elbow of Gabriel Braga, who now goes to the leg.
Oh, you see the leg kicks and those body attacks there from Braga early.
There's no way that's not Moraes' mind after the last fight.
Yeah, no question. Nice hook. Moraes is just lightning fast. Will certainly have the speed advantage here. But Braga is just so consistent, very fundamentally sound.
You can see him already making the adjustment, raising the guard up, keeping that right hand tighter to his face after the hook from Moraes landed. Braga, another one of these young fighters who was truly raised on mixed martial arts, not converted from a singular discipline and rounded out his skill set. His father's an MMA fighter. He's been training MMA from the beginning.
I think those lead leg kicks on Moraes are starting to take effect already. kind of stumbled as he pursued Braga a little bit. Might have been from losing his balance, but those kicks have been heavy.
We asked in the fighter meetings how long the recovery for his legs took to get back to training, and he said it was more than a week. There's the Braga corner. Father on your left.
Throw the nice and easy. There's nothing there. Stay calm. Work the distance. No need for that kick. Hands, hands. Gotta work your hands, work your boxing. He's got no entrance for you. Gotta work your distance with the lead hand. Nothing there. Half of the round, okay?
Braga continues to poke away at the body of Marlon Moraes. Oh! High kick for Moraes!
Yeah, that temporarily stunned Braga for sure. Excellent high kick there by Moraes.
Quick recovery for the young fighter.
Been a very technical fight on the feet. Nice one, too, by Braga. And another calf kick. Moraes is feeling it, guys.
Yeah, he's already limping on.
Oh! Gabriel Braga! Wow! Dispatches Marlon Moraes in the first.
6 points for Braga. And a playoff spot for the still undefeated Brazilian.
Wow! Braga just put on a striking clinic there, but Moraes certainly had his moments. What a finish.
Man, that was fast.
Don't apologize. That's about as demonstrative as you're going to see it.
Yeah. And 11-0, he stays undefeated. Man.
Overcame a little adversity.
He did.
Absorbed a couple of nasty kicks to his own leg.
Head kick as well.
Head kick.
Yeah.
Marlon Moraes had a moment or two in this fight, but you saw how rapidly Gabriel Braga recovered, and just lightning fast, powerful.
The leg hurt?
Smooth. And while I want to leave the focus on the winning fighter here, one has to wonder if this is the last time we will see Marlon Moraes, who might be taking his gloves off there inside the smart cage. Cageonomic stats bundle by Geico. Gabriel Braga landed 12. So very active, right? 33 and half a round. A lot of those were kicks, but it was the nasty left hand.
Yeah, I mean, Braga is so slick, so tricky, so many tools. Made some good adjustments against a very dangerous Moraes. And, you know, we talked about this. Could this be a changing of the guard between two Brazilian fighters? Moraes has accomplished so much. You got to give him a lot of credit for everything he's accomplished in this sport. But it is Braga's time now. And, man, talk about getting your confidence now. Beating a legend like Moraes, man, it's only going to help him here.
Well, to add a poetic layer to that story, at one time, Marlon Moraes was 11-0 in the World Series of Fighting, which of course was a precursor to the PFL. Gabriel Braga, not all of his fights have been here in the smart cage, but he just improved to 11-0.
Amazing.
And you can see Marlon Moraes has removed his gloves.
The low kick, nice low kick by Braga. See that affects Moraes a little bit. He's still, I think, a little recovered. There's the right hand.
With the right hand.
The legs gave out. He went right down. The hammer fist came down, and the referee's seen enough. Straight right, right on the button. Comes right down with the hammer fist. Beautiful performance by Braga.
Yeah, you see Braga's corner actually celebrating before the actual hammer fist landed. They knew it was all over when that right hand landed. The left hook is what set up that right hand, actually brought him over to that side. And man, just picture perfect.
Nasty, nasty precision and power from Gabriel Braga. Clinches himself a playoff spot.
And he's been predicting his success in the PFL when he was in the Challenger Series. Before he even fought in the Challenger Series, he was telling everybody, I'm gonna go into the tournament and I'm gonna win this $1 million.
He's 11-0, and so far we have yet to see someone expose any obvious holes in his game. Andy Shepard will make this one official.
Referee Blake Grice calls a stop to the action in round number 1 at 3 minutes and 2 seconds, declaring your winner via knockout, Khaybulaev Braga!
All right, let's take a look at the standings. With that performance, Gabriel Braga in first place with 9 points. Just a tremendous performance against the legend Marlon Moraes. Gabriel Braga has been very confident since we first saw him in the Challenger Series, and you see Marlon Moraes now on one knee. He has his gloves off. He's talking to his coaches there. May very well be a sign that he is done with his mixed martial arts career. And Sean O'Connell is in the cage about to talk to the legend Marlon Moraes.
Marlon, we're going to talk to Gabriel Braga in just a moment. The gloves are off. I see the tears. Is this the last time we will see you in professional mixed martial arts?
Yes, man. I start here with the worst years of fighting, you know? And when I announced my retirement, I was in UFC. I wasn't home. Now I'm home. I wish I had better performances here, you know, but guys, I gave them all my heart. I trained hard. I can look myself in the mirror every day and be proud of myself. And I've been in kickboxing, MMA since I was 9. I'm 35. It's 26 years. I gave all my life for this. And I thank Anderson, my coach. I thank Ali Abdelaziz, my manager. I thank Ray Sefo for the opportunity. And I thank all the fans right here, you know? And I wish PFL is gonna be #1 in the world. And this guy, we just fought, you know, I wish him the best. I wish everyone the best. He's a great fighter. And man, I gave my heart for the sport, and thank you, God. God gave me all I have. I can't be sad today, I'm happy. Man, I have a beautiful wife, 2 kids. Man, I'm a happy man, you know?
Well, Marlon, it's been an honor to announce your final fights.
Yeah.
Congratulations on a legendary career. Ladies and gentlemen, Marlon Moraes. Gabriel Braga, still undefeated as a mixed martial arts fighter, undefeated here in the PFL Smart Cage, and the busiest guy in the division. For those who don't know, he won a Challenger Series contract. He had to fight before the regular season began. Now he's 2-0. You've clinched a playoff spot. How do you feel in this moment, knowing for now you're on top of the standings?
Gabriel Braga, ainda invicto e o cara mais ativo aqui da divisão. Para quem não sabia, teve que fazer uma luta antes da temporada começar, ganhou contrato no Challenger Series, 3-0 no PFL. Como é que tá se sentindo?
Eu estou me sentindo muito bem. Eu trabalho muito duro para chegar aqui e dar o meu melhor. E eu estou mostrando o nosso valor. Não venho aqui para brincar, eu venho aqui para dominar. E é o que eu estou fazendo.
Feel great. Step by step, I'm showcasing my work, showcasing what we're doing at the gym. I don't come out here to play. I come out here to showcase my work, and happy to be able to put up another great performance.
I want to talk about the strikes. You were probing with the kicks, you were attacking his body with the kicks, but it was that nasty right hand that snuck through. Did you know it was over when you landed the right hand?
Falar pouco da, enfim, da performance. Chute baixo, né? E eventualmente foi aquela mãozada direita ali. Você sentiu que com aquela mão ia acabar a luta?
Eu tinha dado 2 golpes antes nele e vi que os golpes encaixaram. Depois eu estava só esperando minha oportunidade para encaixar mais minha segunda sequência e pegou o cruze direto, ele sentiu e eu acabei com a luta.
I landed a good sequence first, and I felt like I had an opportunity for another combo in there, and I knew that with that second combo that was going to be it, and yeah, that's what you see in the highlight now.
Marlon Moraes, a Brazilian legend in the sport, and you sent him into retirement. It's a huge win. What does it mean to you that you were the last man to share the cage with Marlon Moraes?
Marlon Moraes, enfim, uma lenda aí do nosso esporte no Brasil. Enfim, se aposentou hoje. Como é que você se sente sendo a última pessoa a dividir o cage com ele?
É uma honra em poder dividir o cage com o Marlon Moraes. Ele é um atleta sensacional, uma carreira excepcional também. E é um prazer enorme em poder ainda estar fazendo isso com ele, dividindo esse palco. É isso aí.
It's truly an honor. Marlon is one of the pioneers of our sport. It's an honor to be able to share the stage with him as his last fight.
The page has turned, and it's now Gabriel Braga headed to the playoffs, and the $1 million dream is still alive. Hey, Deontay Wilder hanging out backstage with the 2022 featherweight champion, Brendan Lochnane. Main card begins on ESPN next. Welcome back to Atlanta in the Overtime Elite Arena. Scan that QR code in the bottom right-hand corner, presented by Redcon One. Scan now, get in on all the action with PFL Pick'em. You pick each winner and the way of victory and earn points. Fan with the most points at the end of the night will win a PFL prize pack. Go to PFLMMA.com for more details. Rules and restrictions apply. Wow. A stellar finish to our last fight here on the early card on ESPN Plus. Dan Hardy, please walk me through this.
That was a clinical dismantling by Braga. And what you're seeing with these new martial artists, the new mixed martial artists, they're switching their stances. You can see Braga here is in a southpaw stance. Now he keeps working that lead leg. He keeps working that lead leg of Marlon Moraes. You can see that that left hand hurt Marlon Moraes. Now Braga's switched back to orthodox. Now watch Braga, he's gonna pull Marlon Moraes towards the center. Marlon Moraes knows he has to do something because he keeps taking these kicks, so he crashes forward. But he can't put weight on that left leg. So he's standing southpaw now. Perfect for Braga, who's gonna fire this right hand down the pipe. Look at that, beautiful. Right down the pipe. Now, if Moraes had been standing orthodox, that right hand might have caught his shoulder. But because he was forced to stand southpaw because of the low kicks, he ate that punch right on the chin.
Thank you, Dan Hardy. We'll take a look at standings and digest some of the happenings on our early card when we return on ESPN. Movlid, Khaybulaev, they call him the killer.
будет со мной биться, пускай это не ждет легких путей.
And there's that beautiful left hook from Khaybulaev.
Movlid, killer,
I think my message was clear. My message was violent. My message is I am coming back for my belt. I am already the champion.
Brendan Lochnane, one of the best featherweights on planet Earth.
Oh, big right hand. That hurt him.
All right, plenty of action in the books and still to come on ESPN. Simulcast on ESPN Plus and ESPN Deportes. It's our main event and, of course, the co-main. You'll see two returning champions. Brendan Lochnane from 2022, Movlid Khaybulaev, the featherweight champ from 2021, both stepping into the smart cage here in Atlanta against Jesus Pinedo and Tyler Diamond. The final few seconds. Wow. Oh!
Coming back, going for it again.
Loughnane may be 10 seconds away from a championship.
And then to finally get it in the end, dream come true.
He lands a knee and that's it! Brendan Loughnane, 2022 PFL Featherweight Champion!
But the story's not written. I'm here again. Legacy time now, and it's time to get it again.
Brendan Lochnane is on a tear right now. There are no fighters on the roster or anywhere in the world that are more willing to put in the work than Brendan Lochnane. He works harder than anybody.
Both legs are in big trouble here for Marlon Moraes. Oh, Loughnane kicks the legs out from under. And Loughlane's gonna make him stand back up. 20 seconds remain.
Brendan Lochnane won't be happy unless he's completely dominant in the smart cage. He has the confidence from 2022 with the intensity to do it all over again.
That just chopped his leg off.
I believe now the best is yet to come from Brendan Lochnane, I really do. I am coming back for my belt. I am already the champion.
Lo mejor está por venir, como dice Brennan Lochnane, quien se ha visto sensacional. Manny, es increíble que a estas alturas, inclusive sus mismos oponentes lo consideran boxeador y se olvidan del Muay Thai que tiene, se olvidan cómo ha mejorado en su lucha Brennan Lochnane.
Sí, te digo, yo conocí al chico hace casi 10 años y realmente su enfoque durante esa década ha sido en mejorar su lucha y es algo que es notable cuando lo ves, especialmente en esa pelea contra Bubba Jenkins. No fue dominado por un mejor luchador y logró ganar esa pelea.
¿Crees que si llega al campeonato Movlid Khaybulaev y enfrenta a Brennan Lochnane, va a haber un peleador muy diferente?
Jesus. He's taller. He's longer than Brent. Bring to our 2022 champ.
Well, he's got 11 knockouts to his credit. First season bout, and he feels like he did enough to win that fight. He's got a little bit of a chip on his shoulder, but he is happy to be here. He believes he can make Brendan Lochnane back up, force the pressure, check his gas tank, and he has the skills to beat the returning champion, Brendan Lochnane. We'll be able to see if he can get that done. It's going to be a great fight for sure.
No bones about it. Pinedo told us, I know that I need points. I'm coming here for a finish. He doesn't want a long, grueling decision battle against someone like Brendan Lochnane. I expect Jesus Pinedo to be incredibly aggressive. That's the main event coming up later tonight on ESPN. Let's talk about the co-main, because the co-main features another returning champion. I'm talking about the killer, Movlid Khaybulaev. He is still undefeated, carrying the proud legacy of the Abdulmanap Nurmagomedov school into the smart cage. Every time he climbs in there, he has never lost, and it was an injury that took him out of last season. Now he's come back to the PFL with one singular goal, regaining the featherweight title.
Movlid Khaybulaev, the killer, still yet to taste defeat in his mixed martial arts career. Movlid might be the best of that proud Dagestani lineage, but I'm telling you, he's got just as good a wrestling and better striking than any of them.
The cycles of control that opponents find themselves in when they face Movlid Khaybulaev is because every single route of escape that they might have, Khaybulaev has a plan for it. What an incredibly difficult person to deal with. You either have to be a very good wrestler in your own right or have submission threats off your back to keep the fight moving.
He have one of the best knockout of all time in MMA.
И пускай каждый соперник мой, который будет со мной биться, пускай не ждет легких путей.
More left hands from Movlid. Another lead hook from Khaybulaev.
Oh, big shot!
And it's Khaybulaev with the takedown.
Я собираюсь стать снова чемпионом, так что я готов на это.
Movlid Khaybulaev, a training partner of Islam Makhachev, a protege of Khabib Nurmagomedov. He is still undefeated as a pro mixed martial artist, perhaps the next in a great Dagestani fighter lineage. I don't know what superlatives I need to keep adding when talking about Movlid Khaybulaev. He's undefeated. He's a one-time champion here. He has designs on being a multiple-time champion in the PFL. And he never wants to say, I will say it, he is just as good a wrestler as any of those Dagestanis, those wrecking machines, but he is a better striker, more dynamic striker. And Randy, that makes him a big-time problem.
Yeah, the smoothness, the speed, the length, the footwork that he uses, the angles. We've seen him explode. He's got the fastest knockout in PFL history with that knee right there. This guy is as explosive as they come. We've seen him use that flying knee in a couple of other instances where it didn't land quite as flush as that. Here he is against Chris Wade, showing off that wrestling. He's gonna get on top of you, he's gonna float over you, and he's gonna smother and just make your life miserable. That's what he's all about.
And I already said it, but I think I need to say it again. It wasn't a defeat that took Movlid Khaybulaev out of the top spot at 145 pounds here in the PFL. It was an injury. He had a problem with the eye. He had to have surgery. He had to take a whole season off.
to recover from that. Now he's back and very focused on getting his title. Let's talk about the matchup tonight. Tyler Diamond is as tough as they come, represents a great camp. Is it going to be enough?
You know, you basically need two major things if you're going to face someone like Movlid. You're going to need confidence, and you're going to need wrestling skill, and Tyler Diamond has both of those things in spades. He's very confident heading into this fight. You know, he said it's PFL or bust. He wants to be here. He's been wanting to be here for a long time. He's finally back, and I'll tell you what, this kid is a goer. Amazing chin, amazing determination as well.
An incredible main event featuring last year's champion, Brendan Lochnane. An incredible co-main featuring the champ from 2 years ago, Movlid Khaybulaev. Plenty of action still to come in the featherweight division. And I'm not just talking about returning champions, I also want to mention the bad man, Bubba Jenkins. He's taking on Jo Sung Bin tonight in another featherweight feature. Bubba came up just short a year ago against Brendan Lochnane. And every year since signing with the PFL, Bubba Jenkins has become a more dangerous and well-rounded fighter. Perhaps nothing illustrates his improvement more than the rivalry with his featherweight contender, Chris Wade.
You know, I disappointed a lot of people. It was a definite understanding from my perspective that, like, no, we dropped the ball and we need to get that back.
Right to the center we go. Bubba goes right up over the top of Chris Wade. Now Wade, he's in on a takedown attempt.
Bubba Jenkins underestimated Chris Wade in their first fight. Jenkins is a Division I wrestler, and then he looks at Chris Wade and he thinks, Division III, I've got this under control.
Chris Wade celebrating the victory even as the clock ticks.
Which one do you deal with better? Do you deal with losses better, or do you deal with coming back from losses better?
The fact that he has improved and rounded out his skill set has led to a certain swagger and confidence. Now you can't impose your will on Bubba Jenkins because he takes the lead in every moment of the fight.
He says something where he lives rent-free in my head. We know ain't nothing free. But I made him pay that rent tonight. I'm the landlord up there.
Bubba sprints at Chris Wade on the restart.
Oh, nice jab there by Jenkins. Goes right for the takedown.
Bubba with the knee and grabs the legs again, right back down to the mat.
Every year, bad man gets better, bad man comes back.
The control has improved 10x here since their first fight.
This year is the best year to win it.
Bubba Badman Jenkins!
The bad man is indeed a very bad man, and he continues to improve. Randy, I think that highlight really tells the story. Every single year he's gotten better, and for me it's the striking and the way that confidence in his striking has really opened up his ability to use the dominant wrestling.
I think his improvement is twofold. Number one, he was humbled by Chris Wade in the 2021 season, and that forced him to go analyze what he was doing and reset. He got to work with Dewey Cooper, fixing his striking, letting his hands go, having some confidence to step into the pocket. He already has world-class wrestling as an All-American and national champion for Arizona State. He uses that wrestling very, very diligently. He overlooked Chris Wade, and boy, in the rematch, he sure did. He showed that wrestling ability, that striking ability. He's a well-rounded, humble fighter now.
And still seeking his first PFL championship and the $1 million check that comes along with it. On the opposite side of the smart cage tonight, when Bubba Jenkins climbs in there, will be Jo Sung Bin. This guy is an enigmatic figure. He's a relative unknown compared to some of the other featherweights here, but a supreme athlete.
Yeah, no question about it. Has a lot of length, has a lot of size in this division. Excellent striker, and we saw that striking on full display in his first round performance against Tyler Diamond. Was landing a lot of shots. You see him right there dropping Tyler Diamond. Now Tyler would end up coming back in that fight and winning it, but he said he's been working a lot on his conditioning. He felt like his diet, his weight cut, his conditioning failed him there. He said that is in the past. He is ready to show his best self.
All right, I showed you the main event, featherweights. I showed you the co-main event, more featherweights featuring a former champion, and a contender in Bubba Jenkins, who's looking to solidify himself for the playoffs again, all against guys who desperately need points and will be gunning for a finish victory. That's all to come still on ESPN simulcast on ESPN Plus and ESPN Deportes. There is the whole main card still in store for you, including a couple of light heavyweight features. Josh Silveira, Martin Hamlet, some consider them the favorite at 205 now. All right, incredible action already, some great storytelling. Honestly, I got a little emotional with Marlon Moraes hanging it up here in the place where, you know, he really emerged on the world stage. And that brings us to the featherweight highlights, because Marlon Moraes on the losing end of an incredible performance. We'll get to that in just a sec, but how about Chris Wade and Ryoji Kudo there?
Yeah, this was just back and forth. You know, both of these guys understood the assignment. They were getting after it. They were looking for that early finish. Ryoji Kudo had some great moments with those hooks on the inside, but it was this high elbow guillotine that allowed Chris Wade to get the finish. Once you lock that in, gentlemen, it is basically impossible to get out. Just such a noose around the neck there that Chris Wade took full advantage of.
So tight he didn't need to control the hips at first. Now let's get to that Braga highlight I mentioned before. Goodness gracious, this kid is undefeated for a reason.
Very long, strategic. The low kicks, you know, we saw the last fight with Moraes, and the low kicks were an issue. Moraes had some moments in this fight. We heard Braga there, but Braga kept changing stances, changing combinations, and setting Moraes up. That straight right hand right on the button, that was all it took.
And that brings us to the current featherweight standings. Gabriel Braga moves into first place with 9 points, and he has clinched a playoff spot. So he can be no lower than fourth place at the end of the night. And here's the light heavyweight standings. Martin Hamlet and Josh Silveira have both clinched. Impa Kasanganay, Ty Flores and company, they'll wait it out and see what happens, because there's still a couple more light heavyweight bouts. The tone has been set here in Atlanta. Showcase bouts and regular season action, light heavyweights and featherweights, but we are far from done. Overtime Elite Arena with a great main event still to come, a great co-main event, and playoff position secure before the night is through. 5 more fights coming up. A $1 million dream stays alive for 8 fighters tonight.
Tonight, the PFL is back, and it's more than just a fight, it's a season.
The time is now.
The 404 better answer the phone, because the PFL is ringing. It's the featherweights and light heavyweights bringing the heat.
Oh, big shot.
Last season, he went from Manchester, England bad boy to PFL champion. Now Brandon Lochnane returns in the main event. Plus, can Movlid, Khaybulaev bring back the flying knee heard around the world? Damn, I heard that. Look out, here comes the bad mind, Bubba Jenkins.
More confident than ever, more focused than ever.
We ain't playing here.
Oh my goodness!
It's showtime or no time if they want to make the playoffs. The PFL starts right now.
Welcome once again, fight fans, to beautiful Atlanta, Georgia. For 3 straight weeks, this city will play host to PFL regular season action at Overtime Elite Arena. Our second trip to this beautiful facility. It has been fantastic so far tonight. The energy is palpable for obvious reason. Featherweights and light heavyweights have taken center stage here at OTE, and playoff spots are on the line in the second half of our regular season. In the PFL, it is not just a fight, it is a season. Let me explain what I mean when I say that. The only true sports format in the sport of mixed martial arts. 10 fighters per division, 6 different divisions. 2 regular season fights for each fighter, 3 points for a win, bonus points for a finish in any round. The top 4 fighters on points in each division will make the playoffs. And then there's a $1 million check and a beautiful gold belt for the champion in each division, if you can make it that far through the toughest test in combat sports. Sean O'Connell and Randy Couture and Kenny Florian. Dan Hardy is also in the building with us tonight. Very excited for the beginning of the second half of our regular season. For the featherweights and for the light heavyweights, it's all about earning points and spots in the playoffs. This is the second step on a very grueling journey, Randy Couture, the toughest test maybe in all of sports.
I think it's absolutely the toughest. Mixed martial arts is already the toughest sport on the planet. Now you add a regular season to that. You're going to fight 4 times in 7 months. That is a lot for anybody to ask. Manage your injuries, forward load your camp so you can roll into that next fight ready to go. There's nothing tougher than this right here in the PFL regular season.
Back in April, we started out in Las Vegas, and we saw guys earn points, right? Finishes, there were some decision victories, securing at least a spot in the playoff standings. But for all the losers, Kenny, it was 0 points, which means we have plenty of fighters, about half the fighters on the card tonight, desperate for a finish. Not just a win, but a finish to get into the playoffs.
Yeah, that's right. We started with 60 fighters. We're going to have to get 24 of those into the playoffs. And again, a lot can happen. We're already seeing some surprises. We're already seeing some upsets. So a lot can happen in one night here in the PFL.
And already we've seen some incredible action. The Plus card, the ESPN Plus early card, we had some upsets. We had some great finishes. We have a young undefeated fighter at the top of the featherweight standings. We'll get to that in just a second. But it's all about moving toward the main event tonight. The 2022 featherweight champion, Brendan Lochnane, is squaring off against Jesus Pinedo, a very tough Peruvian who is desperate for points tonight. Let's focus on Brendan for now, Randy. He's looking for a back-to-back championship, but he's got to get through tonight in order to make that happen.
Yeah, back-to-back championship. And here's a guy with the character to recognize his glaring weakness. In 2021 season, he got smothered by Movlid Khaybulaev, who ended up winning up the championship that year. He went out, sought out the Dagestanis and Movlid specifically to sharpen up his wrestling. We already knew he had amazing striking, his footwork, his kicks. We saw him take Marlon Moraes out right there with that low kick and finish him in the second round to put him at the top of the standings for this division. This is a guy that's going to do whatever he needs to do. He's living the fighter lifestyle, and he is on track to repeat back-to-back championships in the PFL.
Still improving is Brendan Lochnane. Now, he might need to be improved even from his last bout where he looked great against Marlon Moraes, because Jesus Pinedo is not only dangerous, he's desperate.
Yeah, absolutely, and we saw what he can do. I mean, he had a great fight against Gabriel Braga, a fight which a lot of people thought could have gone either way. I was so impressed with his volume and how strong he finished that fight. You see him backing up the great Gabriel Braga, attacking the body, attacking the head, had some great leg kicks as well. So this is a guy that can really do a lot, and he is not intimidated by Brendan Lochnane at all. He's going out there for not only the win, but the finish.
He's got the read on Brendan Lochnane. I know he's going to attack my legs. I know he wants me to move backwards. He says, I'm going to be a pressure fighter all night against Brendan Lochnane. So the 2022 champion in the featherweight division, Brendan Lochnane, is back looking to repeat. But there was a missing link, so to speak, in the 2022 season, because Movlid Khaybulaev was not fighting last year. Movlid had an eye problem. He had to have surgery and recover for the entire season, so he wasn't there when Brendan Lochnane won the championship. Movlid says, this is my division. He's back to reclaim.
Yeah, that's right, and just like his mentor, Khabib Nurmagomedov, he is undefeated and has this style that no one has been able to figure out. Now, here's the problem. You know he's going to try to take you down, but he can also do things like that, where he can fly off of one leg and knock you out with a flying knee. This is a fantastic striker as well. He continues to get better, continues to get more experience, and he wants that belt back.
Well, standing across the smart cage from Movlid Khaybulaev tonight is Tyler Diamond, a guy who feels like, I train at the best camp to get me ready for somebody like this. He's been training this camp with Josh Emmett, who's built a lot like Movlid Khaybulaev.
Yeah.
He fights a lot like Movlid Khaybulaev. Can Tyler Diamond pull off the upset?
Well, a lot of Stone Cold killers up there at Alpha Male. You know, a lot of wrestlers. He's got a great, solid wrestling background. He's not afraid. He's confident coming into this. He's going to need that confidence. He's going to need that wrestling background. And then it's going to come down to the other stuff, the fighting, the ground fighting, the top position, and that striking. This guy's as game a fighter as anybody I've met. He's got a gas tank for days, and he's going to need that pace tonight, for sure.
All right, so that's the main event and the co-main event, but wait, there's more, because we got some light heavyweight contests, including 2 front runners in the light heavyweight division. And of course, you've got Bubba Badman Jenkins looking to get back to his winning ways into the playoffs. He wants another shot at the belt. This is our main card still to come right here on ESPN. We'll simulcast on ESPN Plus and on ESPN Deportes. Loughnane, Pinedo, Khaybulaev, Tyler Diamond. You can see Martin Hamlet, one-time finalist at light heavyweight, is a big-time favorite over Sam K, as is Bubba Jenkins over Joe Sung Bin, and Josh Silveira, minus 850 favorite over Delon Monte. That is a lot of fat numbers next to the red corner favorite. There's the Air Force Reserve prep point, and there is Martin Hamlet, the Norwegian Greco-Roman national team wrestler who has made the transition into mixed martial arts. Powerful, and now feels like he has figured out the right level of aggression, figured out the right level of cardio. Martin Hamlet, a dangerous, dangerous player at 205 pounds. As long as we're talking about light heavyweights, Kasanganay needed a finish to keep himself in the playoff picture. Taking on Tim Karen. He got the takedown. He worked a little ground and pound. He was trying to set up the arm triangle choke, but the fence kept getting in his way in the first round, and even early in the second round. So he used the ground and pound to soften it up, to improve his position, and then there it is, the arm triangle, the shoulder choke. He squeezes, he elicits the tap, and he earns himself 5 points. And for now, a spot in the light heavyweight playoff picture. You can see the clinching scenario there for him. Hamlet and Josh Silveira have both clinched already. Their 6 points are going to be enough to get them into the playoffs. Both men expressed to us that they want the top seed in the fighter meetings this week, so we expect them to be hunting for finishes, even though they already have a playoff spot locked up. Kasanganay in the number 3 spot. For now, Ty Flores is in the 4 spot. He's coming off the strength of 2 decision victories, including one earlier tonight. But he missed weight this week, so he lost a point in the standings. And without further ado, that means it's time for us to get the light heavyweight action started here on ESPN. Josh Silveira squaring off against the always aggressive Delon Monte. This fight brought to you by the United States Air Force Reserve. There is the light heavyweight out of Brazil, Delon Monte. All of his wins have come via finish. 6 knockouts, 3 submissions. Earned himself a playoff spot last year. Former Brazilian judo national team member. Made no bones about it. Said he's coming to take off Josh Silveira's head.
Como eu digo sempre, né? A estratégia é sair na mão, sair na porrada e sempre, como eu digo, porrada com inteligência, não tem muito o que pensar, luta, é o meu estilo de luta, é o meu jeito de ser, não tem como negar, não tá na minha alma, aquela alma de assassino, de querer acabar a luta, eu sempre vou ter isso.
Welcome into our ESPN audience. We are moments away from light heavyweight action in our PFL regular season. Points at a spot in the playoff standings as Delon Monte takes on that man right there, Josh Silveira. Three 5-minute rounds At 205 pounds, brought to you by the United States Air Force Reserve, Josh Silveira, out of American Top Team in Florida, taking on Deontay Monte. Here's our tail of the tape, also brought to you by the United States Air Force Reserve. Josh Silveira is 1 year older than Deontay Monte. He's also 1 inch taller. Both men weighed in at the light heavyweight limit of 206 pounds. 1 inch reach on the arms, favoring Josh Silveira, both men with 42-inch legs. Andy Shepard is inside the smart cage and gets the fight started.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome here to the OTE Arena in Atlanta, Georgia. And welcome to all of our viewers watching on ESPN and ESPN+. The second half of the PFL regular season continues here as we start our main card. And it kicks off in the light heavyweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. He is a judo specialist and stands 6 feet tall. He weighed in officially at 205 3/4 pounds. He holds a professional record of 9 wins and 4 losses. Fighting out of Curitiba, Paraná, Brazil, Marlon Moraes. And his opponent, fighting out of the red corner. He is a grappling specialist and stands 6 feet 1 inches tall. He weighed in officially at 205 1/2 pounds. He has 10 victories and a single loss on his professional record. Fighting out of Coconut Creek, Florida, Joshua Silveira. Your referee in charge, Kevin McDonald.
Kevin McDonald equipped with the ref cam to oversee the action. Josh Silveira there in the yellow. Deontay Monte in the black and gray.
Let's go.
Touch of the gloves, and we are underway. 3 5-minute rounds. Points and a spot in the playoff standings at stake here. Deontay Monte can guarantee himself a spot with a first-round finish. Josh Silveira has already earned himself a spot in the playoffs, but he wants the top seed. Stabbing kick there from the left leg of Silveira. Going to the body of Monte consistently already. Brings that one upstairs.
Sharp kick to the body there from Silveira. Smart move there by Monte to keep the fight in the center of the cage here.
Another body kick from Josh Silveira. For those who just tuned in, this is the second half of the PFL regular season. Playoff spots at stake as Monte rushes forward, misses with that second one. Silveira continuing to kick at the body.
Yeah, he's doing a great job with those long-range strikes. Monte, though, very dangerous with that right hand.
There's the level change.
Oh,
nice double-legged change of direction.
Looks like he hurt his second injury.
It's okay.
I think his knee buckled underneath him on that double.
Relax, Dr. Shu.
Monte screaming in pain
He doesn't speak
here.
much English, so if you want his points, you speak.
Compromised knee, it would appear.
Silveira got in deep on that double. He turned the corner, went the hard way, and went against the knee with Deontay Monte.
Yeah, I think his weight was right over that leg.
Josh Silveira showing good sportsmanship. Tough situation here. Deontay Monte with an injury. Martin Hamlet looking on from backstage. We'll see him later tonight right here in light heavyweight regular season action. Featherweights and light heavyweights vying for playoff spots here at Overtime Elite Arena in Atlanta.
As an EMT, I'm going to tell you,
take a look at the replay here.
Well, it was hard to tell from that angle. They didn't see it get caught up. It looked like it came out of the way as he turned the corner to finish the takedown. There it is right there.
Looks like, yeah, it looks like the outside of his foot got trapped there on the canvas. Might have put some pressure
Big toe
on the inside of the knee there.
Big toe right there.
Yeah.
It might be lateral collateral ligament, may have partially torn.
So the takedown attempt from Josh Silveira injures the right leg of Delon Monte, leading the referee to stop this fight. There's a look at our Cagenomics stats bundle brought to you by Geico. You can see just the early goings of this fight. Silveira was probing with the kicks. Already had thrown 10 kicks early in this fight, and then of course the takedown proved to be the deciding factor here with an unfortunate injury to Delon Monte's knee. At least it would appear. Our cage announcer, Andy Shepard, is inside the smart cage to make this one official.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Kevin McDonald calls a halt to the action in round number 1 at 1 minute and 30 seconds, declaring a winner via TKO due to injury and securing his place in the 2023 PFL Playoffs, Joshua Silveira!
All right, I'm here with the winner, Josh Silveira. Josh, I know that's not how you want a fight to go. You never want to see an opponent injured. It looked like the takedown attempt hurt Delon Monte's knee. But at the end of the day, it is the 6-point finish you were looking for in the first round. And for now, you're at the top of the table. And quite frankly, it's going to be hard for someone to pass that up because of the quick finish.
Yeah, you know, I wish the fight would have developed a little bit, give you guys a bit of a show, but you know, that's what happens in here sometimes. We get hurt. I just hope Dylan's okay. He get back to his family, and hopefully he could get back on track. I like the guy a lot, so, you know, my prayers go out to him, and I hope that injury isn't as bad as it looked.
Well, let's talk about the game plan here, because you were probing with the kicks earlier. You'd already thrown 10 kicks in this fight, attacking the body. Yeah. Did you feel like he was vulnerable to the body?
Yeah, so, you know, a teep kick is just kind of like you throw the kick, but sometimes it's just to check the distance. He didn't really defend it. He just kept coming forward, so just keep working the body. I like doing that. Keeps me in a safe distance and takes the oxygen out of him, you know? So.
You're back in the playoffs, guaranteed back in the playoffs. You made a playoff run last year. Do you feel like this is the year you're destined to take it all the way and win a championship?
Elena, this is the year I take that, for sure. Elena!
6-point victory for Josh Silveira, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, let's take a look at the light heavyweight standings. Josh Silveira getting it done, 12 points. He's at the top with that first round finish there. Unfortunate injury there to Delon Monte. Martin Hamlet still going to compete, and that actually allowed Impa Kasanganay to advance as well. He's in the tournament. Amazing. In the playoffs, sorry.
All right, so this sets up an interesting scenario for Martin Hamlet. In the fighter meetings, he said, I want to be #1, right? I want to be the top seed. He's going to have to get a very quick finish in his bout if he wants the top seed. Our betting expert, Ian Parker, said he will get one. We'll find out a little bit later tonight. How about that? The Bows drive to the playoffs, and there's a look at Movlid Khaybulaev arriving right here at Overtime Elite Arena. You let him take your car, Kenny?
Yeah, you know, very generous.
The PFL Pick'em. Scan it now in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen and play along. Get in on the action. Pick a winner and the method of victory to earn points. The fan with the most points at the end of the night will win a PFL prize pack. Go to PFLMMA.com for more details. Rules and restrictions apply. Light heavyweight action done for the moment. Bubba Jenkins and Joe Sung-bin up next. Featherweight playoff ramifications in this bout. Last year's runner-up will take on Joe Sung-bin out of South Korea, who has one opportunity to earn a playoff spot. That means he needs a finish and points. Next.
Movlid Khaybulaev, the killer, still yet to taste defeat in his mixed martial arts career. Movlid might be the best of that proud Dagestani lineage, but I'm telling you, he's got just as good a wrestling and better striking than any of them.
The cycles of control that opponents find themselves in when they face Movlid Khaybulaev is because every single route of escape that they might have, Khaybulaev has a plan for it. What an incredibly difficult person to deal with. You either have to be a very good wrestler in your own right or have submission threats off your back to keep the fight moving.
He have one of the best knockout of all time in MMA.
И пускай каждый соперник мой, который будет со мной биться, пускай не ждет легких путей.
More left hands from Movlid. Another lead hook from Khaybulaev. Oh, big shot! And it's Khaybulaev with the takedown.
Я собираюсь стать снова чемпионом, так что я готов на это.
Movlid Khaybulaev, a training partner of Islam Makhachev, a protege of Khabib Nurmagomedov. He is still undefeated as a pro mixed martial artist, perhaps the next in a great Dagestani fighter lineage. Want to remind you that the PFL is here at the Overtime Elite Arena in Atlanta for 2 more events on ESPN and ESPN Plus, coming up June 16th and 23rd. It's the second half of the regular season, rolling on as fighters vie for playoff spots. PFL is more than a fight, it's a season. Here are our current featherweight standings. Only the top 4 fighters advance to the playoffs and remain in pursuit of a $1 million championship at the end of the year. Gabriel Braga has clinched a spot with a first-round finish earlier over Marlon Moraes. Chris Wade got a first-round finish tonight with his back against the wall. Brendan Loughnane and Bubba Jenkins still set to enter the Smart Cage tonight, as is Movlid, Khaybulaev, Jesus Pinedo, and Tyler Diamond. Joe Sungbin will be Bubba Jenkins' opponent. All of those men with opportunities still to earn points. That brings us to Bubba Jenkins and Joe Sungbin regular season featherweight contest, brought to you by Bud Light.
Making his way to the PFL Smart Cage, fighting out of the blue corner, Joe Sungbin.
Joe Sungbin, the Korean Falcon, all 10 of his pro wins have come by finish, fighting out of Seoul, South Korea. A man hunting a finish tonight to guarantee himself a playoff spot. Joe Sungbin is actually a star in his home country of South Korea. He's a working actor. He doesn't need to fight to pay the bills, so why does he keep coming back to the most grueling sport on earth?
이제 제가 준비 과정은 누구나 그렇듯이 준비 과정은 항상 힘들지만 이제 시합에서 마지막에 내가 이기고 심판이 제 손을 이렇게 들어줬을 때 그때만큼은 진짜 아무도 느껴보지 못한 사람은 모를 거예요. 그 진짜 엄청 이 모든 게 그냥 내 거인 것 마냥 진짜 엄청 행복하고 보상을 받는 기분이 꼭 그런 거에 이제 중독이 되는 것 같아요.
And in the red corner, Bubba Jenkins.
Bubba Badman Jenkins, runner-up a season ago. Former national champion at Arizona State. NCAA Division I All-American. Formidable wrestler who has rounded out his mixed martial arts game over the course of several PFL seasons. Bubba Jenkins wants a PFL title and the $1 million prize this year, 2023. But he wants to send a message to the featherweight division even more.
I know there are two guys that haven't had a loss on that other side of the bracket with Lochnane and Movlid as champions, and that's my main focus. I'm going to dominate Sungbin Joe as well as I can. I'm going to run him over, one-way traffic, complete domination. If I finish him, it is the sign to let Lochnane know I'm headed for you. I could care less that you are the #1 seed. I want you now. I don't want to wait 3 or 4 months and have to, fight you. Let's get it in August in San Antonio. I'm letting the champions know I could care less about your belts and a championship fight. I want you now.
All right, here are the keys to victory for Bubba Jenkins. He needs to utilize those feints and ultimately hit those takedowns. For Joe Sungbin, he needs to utilize that frame, utilize those long-range strikes, and his wrestling defense has to be on point.
Our tail of the tape for this bout is brought to you by Bud Light. Bubba Jenkins, 35 years of age, making him 5 years older than Joe Sungbin, who is the taller fighter here at 5'11". Both men weighed in at the featherweight limit of 146. Both fighters with 72-inch arms. and a 3-inch advantage on the legs of Jo Sung Bin. Andy Shepard is inside the smart cage.
The following fight takes place in the featherweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. He's a Taekwondo specialist and stands 5 feet 11 inches tall. He weighed in officially at 145.75 pounds. He has a professional record of 10 victories and 2 defeats. Fighting out of Seoul, South Korea, the Korean Falcon, Jo Sung Bin. And his opponent, fighting out of the red corner. He is a wrestling specialist and stands 5 feet 8 inches tall. He weighed in officially at 146 pounds. In 26 professional bouts, has built a record of 20 wins and 6 losses. Fighting out of Las Vegas, Nevada, by way of Virginia Beach, Bubba Badman Jenkins. Your referee in charge, Keith Peterson.
Keith Peterson equipped with the ref cam. Bubba Jenkins in the green, Jo Sung Bin in the gray, Sean O'Connell, Kenny Flory, and Randy Couture beside the PFL smart cage.
Sir, you ready?
Dan Hardy in the building at the replay position. Touch of the gloves. Bubba comes right in. Charges into a right hand from Jo Sung Bin, but goes through it to this takedown.
Yeah, landed a nice right hand there. Got Bubba's attention, but Bubba, great control here. Doing a good job of tabling that leg of Jo Sung Bin.
Jo Sung Bin needs a finish to keep his playoff hopes alive. Bubba Jenkins, as he tries to suplex here, clinches a playoff spot with a finish in any round. A decision victory for Bubba Jenkins will make things very interesting with tiebreakers potentially.
Bubba Jenkins with a suplex. Now has one hook, both hooks.
Tied up both of Sung Bin's hands and cross drag, and he's got him tight.
Yeah, this has been a big, huge improvement in his game.
Wow.
He's got it. He's putting
Somebody is out! Bubba Jenkins with a quick 6.
Bubba Jenkins clinches a playoff spot and moves into first place.
What a statement right there. And again, yet another improvement from Bubba Jenkins. Before we'd see him get back control, wouldn't be able to finish, or he'd take them down and allow his opponents to get back to his feet. He was flawless here.
The bad man with an emphatic statement for the featherweight division. Deontay Wilder, the Bronze Bomber's in the building. He liked that performance. There's your Cageonomics stats bundle presented by Geico. Not a lot of volume in this one because it happened quickly. The takedown is the difference. We'll make it official and talk to the winner next.
Brendan Lochnane on the bottom.
Oh, huge knee!
Dropped it with the flying knee.
Flying knee and a hook from Movlid, stunned Palmer temporarily.
He's getting close to a TKO here, guys. He's hurting Stojadinovic big time.
What a lineup we have for you starting tomorrow night with Game 4 of the NBA Finals on ABC. And Saturday night, UFC 289 main card begins at 10 Eastern, 7 Pacific on pay-per-view. Sunday afternoon, we'll have a WNBA doubleheader on ABC. That starts with the Wings and the Liberty, followed by the Mystics and the Storm. And Sunday night baseball game is the series finale between the Red Sox and the Yankees. A little bit of everything for you this weekend. So enjoy. Take a look at the PFL proprietary AI score. Bubba Badman Jenkins earned the maximum score of 100 for a finish in the first round. Jo Sung Bin unable to really get things going. He did land a punch. That gives him an AI score of 4. And now, we'll set it inside the smart cage with Andy Shepard to make it official.
Referee Keith Pearson calls a halt to the action at 1 minute and 25 seconds of round number 1. Declaring your winner via technical submission due to a rear naked choke and securing their place in the 2023 PFL Playoffs, Bubba Badman Jenkins!
All right, let's take a look at the featherweight standings. Bubba Jenkins puts himself into first place as he clinches to get into the playoffs here. 9 points. What a finish in round 1. Rear naked choke puts Jo Sung Bin to sleep. Sean O'Connell is in the smart cage with our winner. Sean.
All right, thank you, Kenny. Here I am with the winner by first round technical submission, Bubba Badman Jenkins, in a Celsius post-fight interview. Bubba, first of all, you told us you wanted to make a statement to the featherweight division. Safe to say that this is the kind of statement you wanted to make?
Thank you, Father, for the victory. I don't know who Jesus Christ is, but I know who Jesus Christ is, and on his power and his name, I stand. Badman teams, all 2023!
You said you wanted the champ, not the champion, the champions. You want Movlid, you want Brendan Loughnane. Right now, you are the man to chase in the standings with 9 points off your 2 regular season fights. You think you're gonna get one of those matchups?
I don't care. Bring them out, bring them out. If they got 2 feet in the belt, I want it. Let's get it.
All right, we got a monitor right here, so I want to take a look at the replay because we saw once you tied his hands up, the belly to back. You walked me through it.
Yeah, I got both of his hands. I felt the hips. Bing! 5 points in the freestyle world. Both legs in. Once I got the legs in, he started thinking about what I'm doing with my feet. I started wrapping that neck up, and let's get up out of here early. They don't pay us for overtime. We got to get in and get out. Badman teams with a mask on in broad daylight.
And of course, there's the squeeze, the choke. Off to Never Never Land, and Bubba Badman Jenkins with a first round 6-point finish. And as I mentioned, top of the table right now at featherweight.
Suplex City!
Bubba Jenkins, ladies and gentlemen. And into the crowd, Bubba goes. And amped up Bubba Jenkins, feeling very good about this performance, and rightfully so. After that featherweight thrill, we go back to the light heavyweight division, the final light heavyweight regular season bout of our 2023 season. Martin Hamlet has designs on the top seed. He'll need a quick finish to make that happen for himself. And if Sam K, the former heavyweight, wants a spot in the playoffs, he's gonna need to pull off a major upset and get a finish. That's next when the PFL returns on ESPN. Welcome back, fight fans, to Atlanta, Georgia. Home for 3 straight weeks of PFL regular season action. Tonight, it's the featherweights and the light heavyweights. Playoff picture getting figured out in the second half of our regular season. This is the toughest test in combat sports. 4 fights in less than 8 months. Sean O'Connell and Randy Couture, and a heavyweight champion, Deontay Wilder. First of all, Bronze Bomber, thank you for being here,
oh, man.
sir.
Thank you so much.
Listen, I'm not even gonna make any bones about it. I am campaigning right now to see you inside the PFL Smart Cage at some point.
Oh, man.
Can we make that happen?
I think that's very, very much so possible. You know, I've always wanted to get in there and test it out and see and test my abilities. I always wanted to test my abilities and see how things would go in that line of field of things. I think I do very well. You know, better than what people would think I would do. transforming over from boxing to MMA, you know. So we'll see what happens. I always been saying we'll see what happens, because if I give you my word on something, then I'm a type of man, I'm a man of my word.
I understand. No hard commitment just yet, but I'm going to try and get one before we let him get out of here. All right, 40 plus knockouts in boxing. What's the smallest glove you ever wore when you knocked someone out of those 40?
10 ounces.
Okay, I have 4-ounce gloves for you right here, sir. Can we put some of these on? Let me see
Oh my
how
goodness.
a 4-ounce glove feels for Deontay Wilder.
I put these on in the back, and to put my hands in them, and to feel the lightweight of it, and I mean, I can only imagine how much velocity I would get out of a punch. And then I go by, I don't punch to you, I punch through you. So these right here, it's a full definition of going straight through. It's like a 50 cal Desert Eagle right here.
See, we can make that happen for you, Deontay Wilder. And I'm just going to say this. I'm going to put this out there. The PFL just signed the baddest heavyweight mixed martial artist on planet Earth. His name is Francis Ngannou.
Right.
Okay. He's a lot closer to your size than either of us are. He's a big-time puncher, and he has expressed interest in boxing. So maybe one in your world, maybe one in our world. I'm just saying that's what the fans want.
Most definitely. Hey, Francis, you listening? We discussed this before. And hey, we got many space and opportunity to discuss it once more. You know, hey, I'm looking for a 2-fight, crossing over. I'm willing to just go in the octagon as well as the original plans, but you know, the fans want to see it. I want to be a part of it.
Hey, smart
so let's
cage,
give them what you want to see.
way better than the octagon.
Come on with it.
we got the smart cage, we got the small gloves, we got the heavyweight power puncher. All we need now is Deontay Wilder to sign on the dotted line, and for Randy Couture to fund the whole operation out of his personal.
Let's go, Randy! Well, that's why you brought me in here. Okay, I see how it is.
Deontay Wilder's going to hang out, watch the rest of these fights here in Atlanta at Overtime Elite Arena. Light heavyweight action, one more playoff spot to be handed out at 205 pounds when we return to PFL on ESPN.
No one has ever been in his position. Heavyweight champ walks away.
We don't know the end result. He could sign tomorrow for the most money anybody's ever signed for in fighting history.
Francis Ngannou is the lineal heavyweight champion of the world. And so we'll see what he does.
I chose the PFL out of everyone in order to change the game of MMA. For whoever feel ready, I'm the baddest mother on the planet. I'll be fighting in the pay-per-view super fight division. It has always been my goal to control my own destiny. When somebody feels respect, you get the best out of the person. The reason why I signed with the PFL is because of they are willing to develop the sport. Most importantly, in Africa, I stand for my people, for my community, I fight for them, and to get something like this to bring back home is like a huge accomplishment. Along with the PFL, now that I'm in the position to speak, to fight for those who doesn't have a voice, because at the end of the day, it's fighter first. Fighter is the one doing the sport. At the end of every accomplishment, there's another challenge. That's how you build your own legacy.
Want to remind you that the PFL is here at the Overtime Elite Arena in Atlanta for 2 more events on ESPN and ESPN Plus, June 16th and 23rd. It's the second half of our regular season. We're rolling on as fighters vie for playoff spots. The PFL is more than a fight, it's a season, and it's heavyweights and women's featherweights next Friday. Same time, same channel. Tickets are available at pflmma.com. Earlier tonight, Brendan Loughnane jumping out of Kenny Florian's car in a Bose drive to the playoffs. And getting ready at the Air Force Reserve prep point, getting wrapped up. One half of the main event against Jesus Pinedo later on. Brendan Loughnane, 5 points earned in his first regular season bout, in a good position heading into tonight. But right now, the light heavyweight standings. Josh Silveira, Martin Hamlet, and Impa Kasanganay have all clinched. 1 playoff spot left. Ty Flores right now is hanging on by his fingernails to that spot. If Sam K can pull off the upset here, a second round finish or better displaces Ty Flores and puts Sam K in his first PFL playoffs. There's Ty Flores sitting back there, clinging to that pillow and rooting for Martin Hamlet. He'll clinch a playoff spot with a Hamlet win or a long fight. Our final regular season light heavyweight contest is brought to you by Redcon 1. Martin Hamlet out of Norway versus Sam K, the former heavyweight from Tonga.
Fighting out of the blue corner, Sam K.
Sam K9K, big time puncher, a lot of power, made the move down from the heavyweight division. Heads into this fight against Martin Hamlet with his back against the wall. Four of his 8 pro wins have come by knockout. Former champion in the Hex Championship down there in his home country of Australia. And as I mentioned for Sam K, it is truly win or go home. A loss will end his pursuit of the $1 million dream. But those high stakes have really only served as fuel for this former heavyweight.
It's do or die. It's now or never, right? Yeah, it just excites me. I love it. It's my back's against the wall, and all I've got to do now is what I've been doing all my life, and that's just fight. We're fighting to become world champion, and obviously the $1 million at the end. But you know, it's just another day for me, and yeah, this excites me. Yeah, to be in this position.
And in the red corner, Martin Hamlet.
His nickname is the Dark Horse, but some people think that He might be the front runner here at 205 pounds in 2023. He fought all the way to a championship in 2021, was very displeased with the results of his loss to shoeface Antonio Carlos Jr., and he's been working towards a return to that championship opportunity ever since.
Yeah, he really has been focused on being more of a finisher. That's what he's been focusing on the last year or so. He's always been a dominant wrestler, but that finishing prowess is kind of coming back now.
And some of that is tempering that wrestler's attitude. It's not a 6-minute match. This is potentially a 15-minute match, and you can't go at that wrestler's pace. You got to figure out when you can turn it on and when you can turn it off.
It'll be interesting to see the pace here for Martin Hamlet, because if he can get a finish by about 3 minutes in the first round, he will get the #1 seed, and he told us in the fighter meetings he really wants it. He came into the fighter meetings end of this season with a very clear vision of how he thinks the 2023 light heavyweight season is going to unfold.
I know how this season will play out. I will take the #1 spot. Josh will take the #2 spot, and we both will win our semifinals, and we will face each other again in the final. And it will be a great matchup when I'm winning this time.
Right here, the keys to victory. Martin Hamlet needs to use that size and that forward pressure and wrestling, of course. Also needs to pace himself here in this fight. And for Sam K, needs to stop the takedown and weather that early storm for Martin Hamlet.
Greg Conwan tailed the tape. Both fighters are 31 years of age. Sam K is taller at 6'3". Both men weighed in at the light heavyweight limit of 206 pounds. 75-inch arms for each of them, and Martin Hamlet with a 1-inch advantage on the leg reach. Andy Shepard, to you.
The following fight is a light heavyweight matchup. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. He is a grappling specialist and stands 6 feet 3 inches tall. He weighed in officially at 206 pounds and holds a professional record of 8 victories and 7 defeats. Fighting out of Blacktown City, Australia, Sam K9 K! And his opponent, fighting out of the red corner. He is a wrestling specialist and stands 6 feet 1 inches tall. He weighed in officially at 205 3/4 pounds. In 15 professional fights, he has earned a record of 11 wins and 4 losses. Fighting out of Tonsberg, Norway, the Dark Horse, Martin Hamlet!
Martin Hamlet, a prohibitive favorite here. Blake Grice will oversee the action. Minus 1,100 next to Martin Hamlet's name. And our betting expert Ian Parker says it will take less than half a round for him to dispatch Sam K.
Fight!
High kick attempt here from Hamlet, and there's that early blitz that we've come to expect from the Dark Horse.
Right to the clinch. He's got a good solid right underhook. Sam trying to slide out of that underhook. Nice little dump. Shrugged that underhook by, and he's got Sam K's back now from the standing position.
There's that takedown. Oh, one
hook in. Second hook coming. There it is.
Hamlet throwing a couple right hands.
Trying to soften him up.
Martin Hamlet go for the neck
Base
crank here.
We've seen the squeezing power from the Norwegian on display in previous fights.
Martin needs to be careful to not get too aggressive going for that choke here. This is a little bit of a better position for him, but Sam K can turn, rotate, and get on top here. See if he goes underneath one of those arms, like with an underhook. This is a better position for him, more of a crank though. Can still get it.
Sam K doing a great job of protecting his neck, hand fighting.
There is a foot lock. There's also a foot lock that Sam K can do, because you see Martin Hamlet's feet are across there. Yeah, he's got to be careful with that.
Step over that top foot and arch your hips into that. That hurts a lot.
Yeah. Ian Parker said it would take less than half a round. Ian, we got about 40 seconds.
You know what? Martin Hamlet's got to stop trying to break this guy's nose with a face crank and try to get under the chin for a choke. I know he's trying, he's got that squeeze, but he's making me sweat over here. We got 30 seconds. He's in a really good position here. It's going to be close. We've done it before, Sean. We'll see what happens.
He's letting Sam slide a little bit closer to his hips, which is bad for applying the pressure to get the choke.
And to be fair, it's hard to find Sam K's neck. Where is it? I don't know exactly where it is. Man.
Well, it is an interesting proposition. I know Martin Hamlet is supremely powerful, but Sam K is a former heavyweight who just looking at him, you can see former rugby player. This guy has serious power in his own right. So choosing to go with the power versus power approach might not be the best strategy for Martin Hamlet.
Yeah, Sam needs to kind of move towards his feet, turn and spin.
Down,
he's starting to do that.
He slid down quite a bit now.
This is exactly what he needs to do. Straighten out one of those legs and then turn a spin. There it is.
Nice work by Sam K. Can he get back to his feet? Yes. Encouraging sequence there for Sam K. Found himself a little bit of trouble, worked out of it.
And this will build his confidence here, getting out of that terrible position. Big right hand from Sam K.
The #1 seed has evaded Martin Hamlet. He needed a finish earlier in this round to secure the #1 seed. And now Sam K loading up on some big punches.
Yeah, he almost connected with that left hook as well.
Nice body shot.
Well, obviously, K learned something from the first fight with Josh Silveira. He got rear naked choke. He got tapped out. Worked on that position, showed great defensive skills there, and kept himself in this fight.
Randy, it's one of the, I guess, the small benefits of having such a demanding schedule with short turnarounds is you're not going to let the same thing beat you that beat you 8 weeks ago. Both guys showing a lot of respect for the other man's power. Beeks showing a lot of caution here. Heavy leg kick there from Hamlet. Another body shot, straight right to the body, second time from Sam K.
That was hard enough to push Hamlet back.
Yeah, hard to tell if Martin really is losing his confidence here.
Right hand snuck through there for Sam K.
Or if he's trying to get a second win, but Sam K looking good here to end this round.
20 seconds. Win this round.
Final 10 seconds of this first round. Sam K trying to keep his playoff hopes alive with a finish here or in the second round. Final few seconds. Round 2 next. Lochnane on the bottom.
Oh, huge knee!
Dropped him with the flying knee.
Flying knee and a hook from Movlid, stunned Palmer temporarily.
He's getting close to a TKO here, guys. He's hurting Stoyanovich big time.
Martin, you ready? Welcome back to round 2 of regular season action in the light heavyweight division. Martin Hamlet in the yellow trunks, Sam K in the black and gray. Sam K needs a finish to earn a playoff spot. If he cannot earn a finish here, Ty Flores will clinch. Martin Hamlet has already clinched. Ooh. Now they're cracking it away. Saw Sam K blinking some cobwebs out after Hamlet landed something. Once again, the dark horse to the back of the Tongan fighter.
Yeah, both landed some nice combinations in that exchange. Martin Hamlet trying to take it right back to the mat, though.
The live odds at the end of that first round actually swung in Sam K's favor, who still is an underdog here, but not nearly as big of a dog as he was. There's Josh Silveira smiling because he has clinched the #1 seed in the light heavyweight playoffs. This fight going this long means that Martin Hamlet can no longer surpass him on points.
Hamlet has one hook and loses it here. Sam K trying to get his back to the cage. Martin Hamlet very aware of that. Has one hook. He can get another if he wants. There it is.
Okay, now right back to where we found ourselves in the first round.
Martin should get underneath one of those arms first, and then there it is. He's going to have better control here. Then he can start to fight wrists and get underneath. He's got the body triangle. You should try to turn him to one side, preferably his left side. Then he can kind of pin him to the mat a little bit better.
Obviously, Sam K has spent some time here since his last fight.
Sam K turning to the wrong side here if he wants to get that body triangle off.
Exactly. This is what Martin Hamlet wants here. Now he's able to kind of pin Sam K, between his body and the mat much better. Sam K doing a good job hand fighting in this position.
See if he can move himself south in this position and spin out like he did in the first round.
Yeah, Martin's headed that way. He's going to lose this position. Yep.
Nice work by Sam K to escape that back mount again. He's got 2 minutes left for a finish that could earn him a playoff spot. Got to let the hands go. Nice heavy leg kick there from Sam K. Exchange of jabs from both men. Snapping jab there from Hamlet, and now K on the takedown attempt. Ends up
That's interesting. I did not expect that.
I wouldn't have thought he would turn that way after being stuffed on the takedown. Now Sam K gives up his back.
Yeah, not the best decision there. Allows Martin Hamlet to get control on the ground yet again. And here are those little details that Martin Hamlet still needs to work on to get better control and to get that finish. But Sam K has definitely done his homework as well. And he's gonna exit the exact same way he did before. He's gonna try to scoot down towards his feet, turn and spin. This is better for Martin Hamlet. He has a little bit better control.
He's got the body triangle locked on yet. There it is. Yeah, there's just some little nuances that Hamlet's missing that are going to make this position a lot easier for him.
Yep.
Ty Flores in the Bud Light Fighters Lounge, 15 seconds away from clinching a playoff spot. And really no shot for Sam K to get a finish from here. Final few seconds, and we will see the third frame of this light heavyweight contest next. A celebratory beer there for Ty Flores, who has clinched a playoff spot. Maybe only one of those because he missed weight this week, but we're back underway here in the third and final round. Sam K, Martin Hamlet, big hook to open things in the third from K.
Yeah, Martin Hamlet has to be careful. When he throws that jab, he's dropping that right hand down a little bit too low. And with Sam K's left hook, he's got to be very careful.
Sam K is talking to him. He's trying to goad him into that battle, that brawl.
Yeah.
You know, earlier in his career, Martin Hamlet may have obliged against better advice from his corner, but not falling for it here.
I also noticed the right hand of Martin Hamlet has been open for a little while. He really hasn't thrown it too much. I wonder if there's an injury there.
The jab is landing for Hamlet. Body shot there from Sam K. He's throwing one at a time. He's going to have to string together some combinations here.
Watch that left hook upstairs as well from Sam K. Martin Hamlet really letting those hands go too low. Nice head movement there from Sam K.
Let's go.
I mean, the onus right now is on Sam K. Martin Hamlet has banked 2 rounds. If Sam K wants to win this fight, he can't make the playoffs, but if he wants to win this fight, take home 2 paychecks, he really needs to start throwing. That hook landed there. A little check left.
Yeah, Sam K's trying to take away the level change by just aiming for the chest, the center of the chest of Martin Hamlet. So if Martin Hamlet does change levels, he's going to run into that fist. But I'd like to see Sam K get a little bit more aggressive here. Nice right hand.
Right comes up on the level change. Only slick, keep moving it. Hold on, hold him.
Yeah, K in the more fluid in the striking range for sure.
Putting a lot of energy into these hand feints and the head movement. He needs offense.
2 minutes, Sammy. Let's go, Bob. Yes, touch.
And I don't think we've seen Martin Hamlet again throw that right hand for quite a long time. It's been all jabs, all lead left hands.
Right, he doesn't even appear like he's loading it up, ready to throw it if he needs to, Kenny.
Yeah, and it's been open for quite a while as well.
.90 seconds left in round number 3. Hamlet looks to clinch. K once again trying to goad Martin Hamlet into a brawl. They're pointing at each other, they're pointing at the cage. You can't keep asking someone to throw punches with you and then not throw punches. You can't do that.
Yeah, Sam K really just doing a whole lot of distracting with that shadow boxing and then going in for an occasional combination, 1-2.
I mean, you can see the Cageonomics numbers. Martin Hamlet has thrown more and he's landed more, even though that is not really his MO. Martin Hamlet with 10 seconds left before he finds himself in the light heavyweight playoffs. And Kenny, I think you're right. I don't think the right hand is an available weapon to Martin Hamlet for the last part of that fight as the final bell rings. Cageonomics Stats Bundle presented by Geico. Martin Hamlet was able to get Sam K to the ground, get on his back a couple of times. Sam K did a great job of working out of those things, but you can see not enough volume, not enough landing. Barring any surprises, Martin Hamlet will milk a decision victory here when we return.
We're coming.
This is more than a fight. It's a whole different beast with this one. This is MMA's toughest test.
Oh, that just chopped his leg off.
PFL Featherweight PFL season is a marathon.
1 fight down, 3 to go.
Back-to-back camps.
Y'all gotta go through some drama and some pain to know if you wanna do this. This is a warrior sport, guys. This is a warrior.
It's a culture you create. It's a culture. It's a movement.
You can try and oh! Big right hand! He's in big trouble!
Oh boy! What a shot!
Grueling, physical test.
4 fights in 8 months.
The championship fight is for $1 million.
This league is not for everyone.
You can try and
Another victory comes 2 weeks out.
Dominant.
Oh, right hand landed! Swinging away, trying to make something happen here. One of the best fights I've seen of the year.
To become a champion in the PFL, you need to be a different kettle of fish. I'm on a purpose for legacy now. I want people to speak my name in these streets for the rest of the time.
They would be vicious, they would be by force, and they would be violent.
Movlid Khaybulaev, the killer, still yet to taste defeat in his mixed martial arts career. Movlid might be the best of that proud Dagestani lineage, but I'm telling you, he's got just as good a wrestling and better striking than any of them.
The cycles of control that opponents find themselves in when they face Movlid Khaybulaev is because every single route of escape that they might have, Khaybulaev has a plan for it. What an incredibly difficult person to deal with. You either have to be a very good wrestler in your own right or have submission threats off your back to keep the fight moving.
He have one of the best knockout of all time in MMA.
И пускай каждый соперник мой, который будет со мной биться, пускай не ждет легких путей.
More left hands from Movlid. Another lead hook from Khaybulaev.
Oh, big shot.
And it's Khaybulaev with the takedown.
Я собираюсь стать снова чемпионом, так что я готов на это.
Movlid Khaybulaev, a training partner of Islam Makhachev, a protege of Khabib Nurmagomedov. He is still undefeated as a pro mixed martial artist, perhaps the next in a great Dagestani fighter lineage.
This is the hardest competition in sport, never mind combat.
Oh, boy.
Lands the head kick.
Big right hand. Oh,
Huge knee.
Dropped it with the flying knee.
Let's get it in August in San Antonio.
Welcome back, PFL fight fans, to OTE Arena in Atlanta, Georgia. Our final regular season light heavyweight contest just went final. The verdict scorecards favor Martin Hamlet in all 3 rounds. We'll see how the PFL's AI algorithm scored this one. AI says it was Hamlet. Randy and Kenny agree. The commission judges have final say, and Andy Shepard has their official decision.
After 3 rounds of action, we go to the judges' scorecards. All 3 score the contest 29-28, making our winner via unanimous decision and progressing to the 2023 PFL Playoffs, Martin Hamlet!
So the dark horse, Martin Hamlet, moves into the playoffs. Our first complete playoff bracket of the season, fellas. Here it is at light heavyweight. The #1 seed goes to Josh Silveira. He'll take on Ty Flores. And Martin Hamlet versus Impa Kasanganay in the 2-3 matchup. Remember, this fight will take place August 4th. That is a very quick turnaround for these light heavyweights and for the featherweights, of course. And then the championship, a matter of weeks after that. We're talking 4 fights in less than 8 months. The toughest test in combat sports. Tyler Diamond getting his warm-up finished. He'll take on Movlid Khaybulaev, the 2021 featherweight champ, in a co-main event. There's the undefeated Movlid Khaybulaev. He carries that Abdulmanap Nurmagomedov school legacy with him. He's never lost. An injury took him out last year, and he's back with a singular goal of retaining his title.
Movlid Khaybulaev, the killer, still yet to taste defeat in his mixed martial arts career. Movlid might be the best of that proud Dagestani lineage, but I'm telling you, he's got just as good a wrestling and better striking than any of them.
The cycles of control that opponents find themselves in when they face Movlid Khaybulaev is because every single route of escape that they might have, Khaybulaev has a plan for it. What an incredibly difficult person to deal with. You either have to be a very good wrestler in your own right or have submission threats off your back to keep the fight moving.
He have one of the best knockout of all time in MMA.
И пускай каждый соперник мой, который будет со мной биться, пускай не ждет легких путей.
Or left hands from Movlid. Another lead hook from Khaybulaev.
Oh, big shot.
And it's Khaybulaev with the takedown.
Я собираюсь стать снова чемпионом, так что я готов на это.
Movlid Khaybulaev, a training partner of Islam Makhachev, a protege of Khabib Nurmagomedov. He is still undefeated as a pro mixed martial artist, perhaps the next in a great Dagestani fighter lineage. Welcome, fight fans, to Las Vegas, Nevada, Professional Fighters League action. This is the toughest test in all of combat sport. with a second round finish. To win a championship and that $1 million prize, you got to win 4 fights in less than 8 months.
My grandfather is Muhammad Ali. Like any other fighter, I'm trying to make a name, create my own legacy.
Fighting, it takes up basically your whole life. In order to be successful at it, you better be obsessed with it.
Always had dreams and aspirations of fighting here, and now I'm coming in as a defending champion. Headlining it, man, yeah. Great.
This year, I'm after that championship, man. I get to punch this guy in the face, and they're gonna pay me a lot of money to do so.
It's a goal of mine to really show him, like, this ain't your matchup. This is my matchup.
He says something where he lives rent-free in my head. We know ain't nothing free. He lives in my head, but I made him pay that rent tonight. I'm the landlord up there.
Thank you for everything, man. I'm so sorry.
Keep your head up.
Yep.
I'm dangerous. I feel dangerous. And around those people that I love, you know, I'm a real dangerous guy, and I can't wait for next week.
Oh, man. Both legs are in big trouble here for Marlon Moraes.
That $1 million check at the end, that belt wrapped around my waist, that's the tunnel vision. I can see it. Good, but it can't come soon enough.
I have to say his heart is really great, but bro, you need more than that in PFL.
It is going down tonight. Somebody gets an opportunity to get closer to changing their family's thought process.
There's a bronze bomber, Deontay Wilder, in the house here at Overtime Elite Arena, greeting the PFL fans. I hope they are also campaigning to see him inside the smart cage. I have made it my life's goal to get him here. Take down stray grays and beef up patchy areas with Just for Men's new one-day beard and brow color. Scan to learn more about this temporary gray fighter that stays put till you wash it out. Just for Men, the official beard color brand of the PFL. Coming up next, Sports Center. Got you covered for all the day's scores and highlights and so much more. Two fights left on the card tonight, 2 fights left in our featherweight regular season. Our co-main event, Movlid Khaybulaev and Tyler Diamond, and our main event, Brendan Lochnane and Jesus Pinedo. Let's get a little refresher from our betting experts. Jonathan Coachman, Ian Parker, how are we wagering on these final 2 fights?
Yeah, Sean, even though we are down to 2 fights, we are far from done cashing tickets. So we have a big-time parlay first, Ian, that we still have 2 legs left. Enlighten the people at home, please.
Yes, sir. We have our co-main event, Movlid Khaybulaev against Tyler Diamond. We have Movlid Khaybulaev now sitting at -600. We cannot bet that straight on the money line. That is irresponsible. I would not advise that. However, we do have him in a parlay that went along with Hamlet, with Jenkins, with Silveira, and along with Brendan Lochnane as well. That would get us plus money if this hits.
And you also like Lochnane in the main event to win by what?
You know, Coach, the theme of the night seems to be finish, finish, finish. However, Brendan Lochnane is in a position where, with that first fight, he secured 5 points. For him, it's win and get in. He's got to stay healthy. We just saw Martin Hamlet, once he realized he couldn't get the 1 seed, he saved himself, saying, why am I going to waste potential injury? Brendan Lochnane is a smart fighter. I think he gets it done by decision.
The interesting thing here, Sean, is because of what Braga did, what Wade did, and what Bubba Jenkins did, now it's very, very interesting and fascinating to watch what's going to happen in these last 2 featherweight fights tonight. A lot can still happen.
A lot can still happen, a lot will still happen. Look, Bubba Jenkins right now is top of the table. He's clinched the spot. Gabriel Braga also has 9 points. He has clinched the spot. Chris Wade kept the hopes alive earlier, but he's got to sit and sweat it out to see what happens next. Brendan Lochnane with 5 points, and Movlid Khaybulaev, at least for now, is on the outside looking in. There is Chris Wade. He will clinch a playoff spot if Movlid Khaybulaev wins by decision, or if Tyler Diamond wins later than the end of round 1. So Chris Wade is probably just to be safe rooting for a Tyler Diamond upset in round number 2. His lovely daughter with him here made the trip to Atlanta. And that brings us to our co-main event of the evening. 3 5-minute rounds of regular season featherweight action between Movlid Khaybulaev out of Dagestan and Tyler Diamond, brought to you by both.
Fighting out of the blue corner, Tyler Diamond.
I can't help but focus on what we talked about with Tyler Diamond in the fighter interviews. This is a guy who just knew an opportunity like this was going to come up for him, and he knew when it did, it would be an incredibly tough fight. So what did he do? He put in a 6-month-long camp with Josh Emmett as his primary training partner.
Yeah, that's right. And, you know, what really stood out for me in that fighter meeting was his mindset. He is not intimidated by the undefeated record or the style of Movlid Khaybulaev. He wants a tough fight, and I think that mentality is going to go a long way here. And we've seen him with his determination, his chin, be able to battle back from adversity. So I tell you what, he has the capability of pulling off a huge upset here tonight.
He had that kind of match against Jo Sung Bin, where he was out of it and he came all the way back, out-wrestled him and won that fight with that tenacious attitude and that gas tank that he brings into every match.
And don't forget, when he fought Brendan Lochnane, he gave Lochnane everything that he could handle. Lochnane has talked about that being one of the toughest fights, if not the toughest fight of his career. Tyler Diamond needs a first-round finish to keep his playoff hopes alive. He cannot even clinch with that, but he's the kind of guy who just doesn't care. He's here to fight.
And in the red corner, Movlid Khaybulaev.
Let's go! Let's go!
The killer, Movlid Khaybulaev. Always deferential, always humble. He won't say the things about his own game that I will say. He's got the wrestling of Khabib Nurmagomedov and Islam Makhachev, that type of top control, but he's got more dynamic striking to go along with it. That's why he is still yet to taste defeat in his pro mixed martial arts career. A year away recovering from that eye surgery. He came in his first regular season bout. He felt a little bit cautious, a little bit rusty, wanted to make sure everything went well, so he fought safely. He said, that's out of the way. He's here for a finish tonight. And he will need a finish to clinch a playoff spot. 2021 champion Movlid Khaybulaev, still undefeated, as I mentioned. Training partner and protege of Khabib Nurmagomedov, and part of that proud Dagestani fighting lineage.
All right, here are the keys to victory for Khaybulaev. We need that forward pressure, conditioning, and the striking variety. For Tyler Diamond, it's going to be about his striking defense and his defensive wrestling here against the Dagestani.
Tail of the tape for our co-main event is brought to you by Bose. Both Movlid Khaybulaev and Tyler Diamond are 32 years of age. Diamond is 1 inch taller at 5'7". Both men weighted at 146 pounds. 1 inch reach advantage on the arms favoring Movlid. The 1 inch advantage on the legs goes to Tyler Diamond. And we send it inside the smart cage to Andy Shepard.
The following contest is a featherweight fight and is our co-main event of the evening. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. He is a freestyle competitor and stands 5 feet 7 inches tall. He weighed in officially at 145 3/4 pounds and holds a record of 12 wins and 2 losses. Fighting out of Oroville, California, Tyler Diamond! And his opponent, fighting out of the red corner. He is a wrestling specialist and stands 5 feet 6 inches tall. He weighed in officially at 146 pounds. He holds an undefeated professional record of 20 victories, 1 draw, and a single no contest. Fighting out of Dagestan, Russia, he is the 2021 PFL World Champion, the Killer, Movlid Khaybulaev. Your referee in charge, Kevin McDonald.
Kevin McDonald equipped with ref cam. Movlid Khaybulaev in the green, Tyler Diamond in the gray. Sean O'Connell, Randy Couture, Kenny Florian cage side. Dan Hardy at the replay position.
You ready to fight? Let's go.
Diamond breaks the seal with the jab attempt. Movlid moves back to evade. Overhand right and an attempt on the knee from Movlid. Diamond was able to take the heat off both. Switching stances here early from Tyler Diamond.
I'm trying to think if we've seen anybody back up Movlid. Diamond's already pressuring and got it backing up.
Yeah, I think that's a good sign. And he's switching stances based on,
that left
Khaybulaev got him.
That left hook. Another 2 jumping knees from Movlid Khaybulaev. Tyler Diamond survives both.
It was that left hook that started that series.
Oh, nice return there on the left hook from Diamond, but Khaybulaev looks to be the faster man so far. But interesting that Diamond is switching his stances based on the direction that Khaybulaev is circling to, trying to cut off the cage.
Right hand off the guard of Tyler Diamond. A dangerous proposition, letting Movlid Khaybulaev go first.
Khaybulaev's so good at those rhythm changes. It looks like he's kind of moving slowly, then he'll explode with a knee or an overhand right out of nowhere.
Nice body shot there from Diamond. There's another jumping knee attempt from Khaybulaev. I don't know if people throw it more than him, practice it more than him. It is a true weapon. He's landed it in multiple PFL bouts. Blood in the hairline there, it would appear, of Tyler Diamond.
Movlid's timing looks like it's on point.
See Movlid, huge favorite in this fight, minus 1,200 on the live odds. He started not far shy of that.
Diamond's looking for that overhand right, trying to come up and over that lead left hand of Khaybulaev.
Diamond's following Movlid a little bit now. Instead of cutting him off, he started following him a little bit the last 30 seconds, 45 seconds of this.
Oh! Exchange of jabs there. Khaybulaev got the better of him. Oh, another right hand landed there from Movlid.
Yeah, Tyler keeps running into that right hand. There's a front headlock here from Khaybulaev. Khaybulaev maybe push him straight back. Khaybulaev now trying to attack with a choke here. Size the bail on it. Oh, inside trip from Diamond.
Diamond trying the inside trip. Good sweep attempt by Khaybulaev.
Tell you what, Diamond, it's an interesting enough strategy trying to make Movlid Khaybulaev wrestle defensively. Most people don't want to get involved in those grappling exchanges with Movlid. Diamond mixing it up by being offensive there. We'll see if it can pay dividends later in the fight. Second jab landed there for Diamond. Nice leg kick.
Yeah, spun him around with that.
Yeah, this is what you want to see from Tyler Diamond. More variety, not just looking for that overhand right, but he's got to throw more and get Khaybulaev worried about much more than just that overhand right.
So fast. Strikes from Movlid. Defensive discipline as well from the Dagestani.
Little blood down the right eye of Tyler Diamond.
Final 10 seconds of round number one.
Oh,
another knee, and that one landed! Movlid pounding it out, trying to get the finish. Stop! Clean break. The bell stops it. Wow. Tyler Diamond saved by the bell after another jumping knee.
He barely got to his stool there. He is still rocked from that devastating double knee. Wow. Here's that knee. Double knee just landed right on the chin. And he followed up with some brutal grounded pound as well. Tyler Diamond, being the warrior that he is, was able to survive. But man, you can see the effects of it. Here's that double knee again. Just nasty. And it's a move he's used a few times.
I mean, it's
you know, here in this round.
It's so far from being a fluke. I mean, it's a technique that a lot of people throw as a Hail Mary, not Movlid Khaybulaev. He measures it, he times it, he tests it. We saw him land it on Andre Harrison. We saw him land it on Lance Palmer. We saw him land it on Chris Wade. We saw him land it, obviously, on Damon Jackson. Now on Tyler Diamond. Janie says it's round number two. Khaybulaev in the green. Tyler Diamond surviving in the black and gray.
Nice little head outside single by Movlid. Runs the pipe, puts Tyler Diamond right on his backside.
Diamond trying to get his hips away from Movlid Khaybulaev.
Diamond trying to threaten the neck. Movlid having none of it.
Yeah, excellent control of the legs and hips there by Movlid Khaybulaev, and you wonder, has Tyler Diamond recovered from that devastating knee?
It begs the question for me, at least, Kenny, is this the right strategy from Khaybulaev's corner? Because if Diamond is still even remotely rocked from that end sequence in round number 1, you could potentially take advantage of it on the feet.
Yeah, I agree, and I think this is giving Tyler Diamond more time to recover if that is the case. But of course, we know Khaybulaev on the ground is brutal with his grounder pound and his positioning, his ability to get to your back. Tyler Diamond now getting an underhook, better position for him to get back to his feet, but we see Khaybulaev just lining up his body with his again, getting full control, going, nah, you're gonna stay right here. Diamond trying to attack a triangle there, nice attempt.
I mean, the top control is just brutal from Movlid Khaybulaev. Let's see if we can bring in the outlaw Dan Hardy on the telestrator here, give us a little examination of this technique and pressure from Movlid as he sets up an arm triangle.
Right, we're just getting an arm triangle right now. You can see how Khaybulaev is isolating this head and arm position. We've seen Martin Hamlet use this before. Now, of course, we're seeing Tyler Diamond get out of that. But what you'll notice is, look at this wide base. Look at this wide base of Movlid Khaybulaev. He's always keeping his opponent's hips wedged in between his here. He's always trapping him between his knees. So even if he's not paying attention with his eyes, with his upper body, what his opponent's doing, he can feel his lower body moving, and he can keep him contained between his knees.
Randy, I don't want to belabor a point too much, but Movlid Khaybulaev very famously trains with and under Khabib Nurmagomedov. Primary training partner for Islam Makhachev, who's currently a UFC lightweight champion. Neither of those guys can strike like Movlid Khaybulaev can strike.
I agree 100%. He's smooth as butter. I mean, his footwork, his angles, the choices he makes, the traps he sets, even to land that knee at the end of the round. He set that trap. He saw how Diamond was covering with both hands when he faked and he threw that knee. He's a master on his feet as well as here on the ground.
Diamond's got a little over 90 seconds to see if he can peel himself up off the smart cage canvas and make something happen in round number 2.
I think it's important to note, though, that Khaybulaev still has work to do. He still is going to need a finish here. It's not going to be enough for him to just go out here and get a win. So let's see if he can start to turn up the pressure. He's looking for that arm triangle. Not able to get that arm across just yet, though.
You're absolutely right, Kenny, with the pressure that Bubba Jenkins put on the featherweight division and Chris Wade put on the featherweight division. With some big finishes earlier. Obviously, Brendan Lochnane in a good position heading into the main event. Coming up right after this, Movlid needs to be hunting a finish here. Here's trying to set up another one of these arm triangle attempts.
Yeah, he can maybe slide that left knee across and go to his right side. Yeah, this is going to be a finish.
This is tough. He's got it in tight. He's got the angle.
Stop! Tap from Tyler Diamond, and Movlid Khaybulaev gets the finish that he needs to secure a playoff spot. That is a great performance, an incredibly tough performance there from Tyler Diamond, but man, Movlid Khaybulaev is just too much, and you saw the disappointment on Chris Wade's face there. Makes it a little bit tougher for him to get into the playoffs. Still awaiting the results of a main event. See the damage there on the cheek of Tyler Diamond.
Nice.
Here's our Geico Cageonomics stats bundle. Nearly a 50% striking rate from Movlid Khaybulaev, and then of course 1-for-1 on the takedowns there. official when we return.
Winning the title last year was an indescribable feeling. Like, I can't even put a word to it.
I did it. I did it.
It was incredible. It was everything I'd ever worked for in one moment.
I'm a world champion.
You're a world champion!
Leon Edwards said, you become 30% better when you win a world title, automatically. And I was like, how could that work? But I actually believe it now.
Oh, that just chopped his leg off. KO in the second round for Brendan Loughnane.
When you become a champion and you get everything you ever wanted, that's when a lot of people start to go on the decline. But as you can see from my last performance, I'm getting better and better. If you look around the gym even that we're in today, all these old pictures, it's nostalgic. I want people to mention the words mixed martial arts in Manchester and be like, that was the guy. And I believe back-to-back championships, I'll achieve that.
Let's go! Let's go!
All the stars aligned and they're going to continue to align. 1 down, 3 to go.
Top of the leaderboard, the champ's back.
Movlid Khaybulaev, they call him the killer.
Который будет со мной биться, пускай это не ждет легких путей.
And there's that beautiful left hook from Khaybulaev.
Movlid! Killer! Khaybulaev!
Welcome back to Overtime Elite Arena in Atlanta, Georgia. Movlid Khaybulaev just finished Tyler Diamond in the second round of our co-main event, and you can see the PFL AI score. A strong performance from Movlid in both rounds 1 and 2. The near finish at the end of the round scored him 92, and then of course the maximum score of 100 for the finish in round 2.
The nice left hook that Movlid catches Tyler with. There's the flying knee. Saw that several times. He set that up, finished it at the end of the round very, very nicely right there to set Tyler on his backside right as the final seconds of the round tick away. Definitely softened him up. Here he is on the top position after the takedown, trying to find a way to get the mount. He's got the arm triangle in position. He's going to climb all the way over. He's got the angle and the position, and there's the tap from Tyler Diamond. Movlid Khaybulaev, as calculated a fighter as we've seen in a long, long time.
Andy Shepard inside of the smart cage to make this one official.
Referee Kevin McDonald calls a halt to the action at 4 minutes and 23 seconds of round number 2. Declaring your winner via submission to an arm triangle choke and securing their place in the 2023 PFL Playoffs, Movlid Khaybulaev.
Second round submission victory for Movlid Khaybulaev. The tight arm triangle earning him 5 points in the featherweight standings. Good enough to clinch, bring his total to 8. Bubba Jenkins and Gabriel Braga still sitting in the 1 and 2 spots. Chris Wade right now holding on to the number 4 spot. He'll need a Brendan Loughnane loss in order to hang on to that one in the coming main event. There's Jesus Pinedo. Fought against Gabriel Braga to a razor-thin split decision loss his first time out. A fight that he thought he had done enough to win. He knows that he's got to pressure Brendan Loughnane, taking on the 2022 champ in a win-or-go-home scenario. After losing to Movlid Khaybulaev, Brendan Loughnane famously sought out the Dagestani and improved his wrestling. He continues to get better, even at this point of his career.
It's a dream come true for me, it really is, starting in the showcase bouts.
Up and down, Waggy goes.
Fighting Movlid in the semis, losing.
Returned by Khaybulaev.
In the final few seconds, oh!
Coming back, going for it again.
Loughnane maybe 10 seconds away from a championship.
And then to finally get it in the end, dream come true.
He lands a knee and that's it! Brendan Loughnane, 2022 PFL Featherweight Champion!
But the story's not written. I'm here again. Legacy time now, and it's time to get it again.
Brendan Loughnane is on a tear right now. There are no fighters on the roster or anywhere in the world that are more willing to put in the work than Brendan Loughnane. He works harder than anybody.
Both legs are in big trouble here for Marlon Moraes. Dull. Loughnane kicks the legs out from under. And Loughlane's gonna make him stand back up. 20 seconds remain.
Brendan Loughnane won't be happy unless he's completely dominant in the smart cage. He has the confidence from 2022 with the intensity to do it all over again.
That just chopped his leg off.
I believe now the best is yet to come from Brendan Loughnane, I really do. I am coming back for my belt. I am already the champion.
We don't know the end result. He could sign tomorrow for the most money anybody's ever signed for in fighting history.
Francis Ngannou is the lineal heavyweight champion of the world. And so we'll see what he does.
I chose the PFL out of everyone in order to change the game of MMA. For whoever feel ready, I'm the baddest mother on the planet. I'll be fighting in the pay-per-view super fight division. It has always been my goal to control my own destiny. When somebody feels respect, you get the best out of the person. The reason why I signed with the PFL is because of they are willing to develop the sport. Most importantly, in Africa, I stand for my people, for my community, I fight for them, and to get something like this to bring back home is like a huge accomplishment. Along with the PFL, now that I'm in the position to speak, to fight for those who doesn't have a voice, because at the end of the day, it's fighter first. Fighter is the one doing the sport. At the end of every accomplishment, there's another challenge. That's how you build your own legacy.
This is the hardest competition in sport, never mind combat.
Oh boy! Lands the head kick! Big right hand. Huge knee! With the flying knee. Right hand!
Let's get it in August in San Antonio.
Welcome back to Professional Fighters League regular season action. After this, you'll see the playoffs in San Antonio. You saw tickets are available. Bubba Jenkins, Gabriel Braga, Movlid, Khaybulaev right now have clinched featherweight playoff spots. That means there's one more up for grabs. For now, it belongs to Chris Wade, but Brendan Lochnane and Jesus Pinedo both have an opportunity to seize their own spot. Here's Chris Wade. He knows the scenario that he is in, and this is when he found out that Movlid Khaybulaev was taking home that finish, because now he knows Brendan Lochnane has to lose in the main event. Lochnane, a huge betting favorite in the coming main event against Jesus Pinedo. Brendan Lochnane out of the UK, Jesus Pinedo, proud representative of Peru. This fight, our final featherweight bout of the regular season, brought to you by Just for Men, One Day Beard and Brown Color.
Making his way to the PFL Smart Cage to fight out of the blue corner, Jesus Pinedo.
Jesus Pinedo is big for the weight class. He's long for the weight class. He's a knockout artist in his own right, 11 career KOs. And he knows he needs a finish, preferably an early one because of the way the standings sit right now. Pinedo comes in fearless.
And to fight out of the red corner, Brendan Lochnane.
Brendan Lochnane on a 5-fight win streak. With the last 2 of those wins by finish. 2022 PFL World Champion, proud Mancunian. 14 career knockouts, most among active PFL featherweights. And a guy who wants another $1 million check, another gold belt. He's fighting for legacy, he said here in 2023. Kenny, give me your keys to victory.
All right, for Lochnane, it's all about his feints, his leg kicks, and his focus heading into this fight. For Pinedo, he's got to be on point with his footwork and needs to get off to a good start here against Brendan.
Tape brought to you by Just for Men, One Day Beard and Brown Color. The Brit, Brendan Lochnane, is 33 years of age. Jesus Pinedo still only 26. Pinedo 5'11", very tall, as I mentioned, for the weight class. He also has a 75-inch reach as a featherweight. Leg reach of 40 inches, giving him a 3-inch advantage over Lochnane in that department. Andy Shepard, one more time, please.
The following fight is a featherweight contest and is our main event of the evening. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. He is a striking specialist and stands 5 feet 11 inches tall. He weighed in officially at 146 pounds. He holds a professional record of 20 victories, 6 losses, and a single draw. Fighting out of Lima, Peru, El Mundo, Jesus Pinedo. And his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, he is also a striking specialist and stands 5 feet 9 inches tall. He weighed in officially at 146 pounds. In 30 professional contests, he has amassed a record of 26 wins and 4 losses. Fighting out of Manchester, England, he is the 2022 PFL World Champion, Lochnane. Referee in charge, Keith Peterson.
Keith Peterson equipped with the ref cam, backing up these main event fighters. Brendan Lochnane in the green, Jesus Pinedo in the black and gray. Touch of the gloves, sort of. Brendan Lochnane already switching stances. Pinedo in the southpaw stance. Corner for Pinedo, calling for him to be first, and he obliges.
But it's Loughnane who takes the center of the cage here, kind of pursuing and backing Pinedo up. I think that's a good choice against the taller, lankier man.
On the pressure. Lochnane able to circle his back. Oh! Center of the cage again. Right hands landed.
That landed clean off Pinedo. Pinedo goes, what else you got? Wow.
Well, no one is here to question the chin of Jesus Pinedo, except, of course, Brendan Lochnane.
Well, Pinedo's getting very square. He's opening up his center line, and when he's doing that, Lochnane is going to take full advantage. How about that? Pinedo stumbles Lochnane a little bit.
Left hand came over the top of the guard.
Oh! Body kick landed! Oh my
Lochnane is down and Pinedo pounds it out! Jesus Pinedo with a quick finish!
Wow!
And a huge upset!
Liver kick.
Wow! What an upset!
Jesus Pinedo weeping with joy on the canvas. And clinches the final playoff spot in the upset of the year so far in mixed martial arts.
And removes Lochnane from the playoffs.
Correct.
Wow.
It looked like a liver kick to me that got him. He followed it up with the ground and pound to get the referee to step in.
There might have been a shot before that, or as he threw that kick, I think it might have connected upstairs because it just shut him down. It looked like more than a
That's why I thought it was a liver kick.
Yeah.
It froze Brendan Lochnane almost with an arm in the air. We'll have to take a look at the replay, and you can see the jubilant corner of Jesus Pinedo fully absorbing the gravity of this moment. We are not exaggerating when we tell you this is the toughest test in combat sports. Brendan Lochnane looked unbeatable 8 weeks ago. Jesus Pinedo was coming off a split decision loss. Look at the way the tide has turned here in Atlanta.
This is just crazy. Here he is. The tide has got the knee.
The knee and the foot hit the liver and the knee hit the chin.
Yep.
Wow. Lochnane is out. Keith Peterson steps in to save the unconscious fighter.
Followed up with the right hand and then hammer fists and hooks. Pinedo did exactly what he said he was gonna do.
Wow.
He needed a first round finish and defeats the 2022 champion, Brendan Lochnane, who looked unbeatable heading into this fight.
Kenny, I've never seen a more impressive performance from a fighter of Peruvian origin or roots.
Hey, you just might be right about that. Pinedo just on fire here. Had a close fight against Braga. And here gets it done against the 2022 champ. Just unreal.
30 fights into his professional mixed martial arts career, Brendan Lochnane is finished for the first time. Put some respect on the name Jesus Pinedo. Chris Wade trying to digest what that means, and unfortunately for Chris Wade, he is also out because of the quick finish for Jesus Pinedo. We'll make it official and digest this upset when we return. Welcome back to Atlanta, Georgia. Jesus Pinedo just pulled off the biggest upset of the PFL season so far. Andy Shepard will make it official.
Referee Keith Peterson calls a halt to the action at 1 minute and 34 seconds of round number 1. Declaring your winner via knockout and securing their place in the 2023 PFL Playoffs, Jesus Pinedo!
All right, here are the semi-final brackets. Bubba Jenkins will be taking on Jesus Pinedo, the man who just upset the 22 champ. Gabriel Braga will take on Movlid Khaybulaev. And man, unbelievable. Sean O'Connell is in the cage with our winner, Jesus Pinedo.
Jesus Pinedo with a huge upset, punching his ticket to the PFL playoffs. First, let's talk about this. You were confident in fighter meetings that you could pull this off, but it was a huge upset. How are you feeling right now?
¿Tú tenías la confianza que ibas a ganar la pelea? ¿Cómo te sientes ahorita?
Estaba totalmente seguro que iba a ganar la pelea. Muy seguro. Tenemos 26 años de trabajo en el Perú. Recién se está conociendo ahora y yo vine aquí a ganar. Yo les dije desde un principio a todo el mundo, a todos los reporteros, a toda la gente, les dije que yo venía a ganar. Yo no venía a ver qué pasaba.
You know, I'm a 26-year-old man, young man from Peru. I told everybody, I told all the media that I was going to come here and I was going to get the win, and I got the job done tonight.
You told us you were going to pressure him, and you came in with a knee that landed right on his chin. Is that something you scouted out on film? You thought that knee would be open?
Con la finalización agarraste una rodilla a su cabeza. ¿Eso era parte de la estrategia?
Sí, la estrategia era salir a pelear, a cazarlo, ¿no? Esto iba a ser una guerra. Yo siempre lo supe. Desde el primer día que pactaron la pelea, supe que iba a ser una guerra y estaba listo para cualquier cosa.
Yes, the game plan was to hunt him down and be aggressive and get the job done as early as possible.
And you did. A 6-point finish, and you are in the PFL playoffs chasing $1 million. Congratulations.
6 puntos y vas a ir a San Antonio a los PFL Playoffs y te vemos en agosto.
Listo. Espero ahí a cualquiera, quien me ponga.
Thank you, everybody.
Knockout of the night, presented by Bud Light. That man right there, Jesus Pinedo, with the biggest upset in the mixed martial arts world so far in 2023. Take another look at this one. Jesus Pinedo in the first round, announcing his arrival on the PFL stage by dethroning the 2022 champion and knocking Brendan Lochnane out of the playoff picture and out of this fight. Here's our Bud Light Celly celebration of the night. Bubba Badman Jenkins with the air guitar. Huge win for Bubba, who secures himself a top spot in the Featherweight Playoffs. We're back next Friday right here on ESPN with the women's featherweights and the heavyweights. Join us in Atlanta.